Pawon Bali, the Balinese traditional kitchen compound, where people live their daily slow village life to preserve, and picturesque nature. Pawon Bali is where food is prepared, livestock is ground, and harvest is kept. This is where the villagers hold deep discussion and festive celebration, pawing over a deep understanding of the true meaning of Balinese cooking, the philosophies, traditions, rituals, and elements that give it purpose and soul. Come visit us, step into the fascinating insight of Balinese life and culture through learning about its food, cooking, and culinary. A rejuvenating journey to historical culinary. Pawon Bali by IPB International.
Selamat datang di IPB Internasional. Berkuliah di sini, kita bisa berinteraksi dengan anak-anak muda dari berbagai kalangan. Menumbuhkan mindset profesional, motivasi, dan kreativitas, juga semangat untuk berprestasi. Kamu bisa menjadi bagian dari ini. Mari bergabung bersama di IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern. IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern.
Pawon Bali, the Balinese traditional kitchen compound, where people live their daily slow village life to preserve, and vigorous nature. Pawon Bali is where food is prepared, livestock is ground, and harvest is kept. This is where the villagers hold deep discussion and festive celebration, pawing over a deep understanding of the true meaning of Balinese cooking, the philosophies, traditions, rituals, and elements that give it purpose and soul. Come visit us. Step into the fascinating insight of Balinese life and culture through learning about its food, cooking, and culinary. A rejuvenating journey to historical culinary. Pawon Bali by IPB International.
Selamat datang di IPB Internasional. Berkuliah di sini, kita bisa berinteraksi dengan anak-anak muda dari berbagai kalangan. Menumbuhkan mindset profesional, motivasi, dan kreativitas, juga semangat untuk berprestasi. Kamu bisa menjadi bagian dari ini. Mari bergabung bersama di IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern. IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern.
Pawon Bali, the Balinese traditional kitchen compound, where people live their daily slow village life to preserve, and vigorous nature. Pawon Bali is where food is prepared, livestock is ground, and harvest is kept. This is where the villagers hold deep discussion and festive celebration, pawing over a deep understanding of the true meaning of Balinese cooking, the philosophies, traditions, rituals, and elements that give it purpose and soul. Come visit us. Step into the fascinating insight of Balinese life and culture through learning about its food, cooking, and culinary. A rejuvenating journey to historical culinary. Pawon Bali by IPB International.
Selamat datang di IPB Internasional. Berkuliah di sini, kita bisa berinteraksi dengan anak-anak muda dari berbagai kalangan. Menumbuhkan mindset profesional, motivasi, dan kreativitas, juga semangat untuk berprestasi. Kamu bisa menjadi bagian dari ini. Mari bergabung bersama di IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern. IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern.
Bali, the Balinese traditional kitchen compound, where people live their daily slow village life to preserve, and vigorous nature. Pawn Bali is where food is prepared, livestock is ground, and harvest is kept. This is where the villagers hold deep discussion and festive celebration, found over a deep understanding of the true meaning of Balinese cooking, the philosophies, traditions, rituals, and elements that give it purpose and soul. Come visit us. Step into the fascinating insight of Balinese life and culture through learning about its food, cooking, and culinary. A rejuvenating journey to historical culinary. Pawn Bali by ICO-BHOST International.
Selamat datang di IPB Internasional. Berkuliah di sini, kita bisa berinteraksi dengan anak-anak muda dari berbagai kalangan. Menumbuhkan mindset profesional, motivasi, dan kreativitas, juga semangat untuk berprestasi. Kamu bisa menjadi bagian dari ini. Mari bergabung bersama di IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern. IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern.
Pawon Bali, the Balinese traditional kitchen compound, where people live their daily slow village life to preserve and picturesque nature. Pawon Bali is where food is prepared, livestock is ground, and harvest is kept. This is where the villagers hold deep discussion and festive celebration, pawing over a deep understanding of the true meaning of Balinese cooking, the philosophies, traditions, rituals, and elements that give it purpose and soul. Come visit us, step into the fascinating insight of Balinese life and culture through learning about its food, cooking, and culinary. A rejuvenating journey to historical culinary. Pawon Bali by IPB International.
Selamat datang di IPB Internasional. Berkuliah di sini, kita bisa berinteraksi dengan anak-anak muda dari berbagai kalangan. Menumbuhkan mindset profesional, motivasi, dan kreativitas, juga semangat untuk berprestasi. Kamu bisa menjadi bagian dari ini. Mari bergabung bersama di IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern. IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern.
Swastiastu, Om Namo Buddhaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam kebajikan. Good morning for VVIP guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first ICO-BHOST 2023, the first international conference on business, hospitality, and tourism, with the themes changing dimension of sustainable tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, this theme means IPB International and SPB always strive to raise the awareness of the economic, environmental, and social impact of sustainable tourism. We are trying to develop the tourism to keep it relevant to the future needs of the industry, the communities, and the natures. It is very beautiful moment. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rinto Zanuardi, and it's a privilege and honor for me to be the part of this spectacular event. And of course, it is very beautiful morning. I'd like to warmly welcome His Excellencies, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economic of the Republic Indonesia, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, PBA, MBA, also as a keynote speaker. And of course, I'd like to warmly welcome His Excellencies Rector of IPB International, Dr. Imade Sujana, SAMM, SHTCHA. Good morning, sirs. And of course, in this very beautiful morning, I also want to greet the honorable speakers, Dr. Teres Conway, BAM Plan, PhD, lecturer in School of Geography, Archaeology and Irish Studies, University of Galway, Ireland. The Honorable Dr. Craig Lee, Senior Lecturer, Department of Tourism, University of Otago Business School, New Zealand. The Honorable Khairun Najia Ahmad, PhD, Coordinator for Communication and Development, UITM Green Center, UGC, Malaysia. The Honorable Santa Puche, International Mobility Manager at FIFEDE, Spain. And of course, I'd like to greet and warmly welcome the Honorable two moderator, Ms. Komang Trisna Pratiwi Archana, SST Par, MPAR, MRECH, CHE. The Honorable Mrs. Komang Ratih Tunjung Sari, SIP, MPAR, MRECH, MSG, and all the participants from all the part of the world. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism and hospitality business are always evolving years by years. This is why we need a certain strategy to develop and manage its purpose to adapt and always bring the newest trend of tourism into society. The first ICO-BHOST 2023 is a part of event series of the 15th anniversary of IPB International and the 23rd anniversary of SPB. Previously, the campus had carried out an academic open hearing as the peak of the celebration on February 14, 2023. Nowadays, IPB International SPB is holding an international webinar featuring with a great speaker from various countries, namely such as Ireland, New Zealand, Malaysia to Spain. The keynote speaker this time is the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economic of Republic Indonesia. Wonderful. The sequences event began with an open hearing of the Senate on February 14, where a representative of DIV Hospitality Management Program, Mr. Putu Eka Wirawan, SST Par MPAR, gave his speech. This event was part of a series that will involve the open house in May 2023 and NTSC National Tourism Student Championship 2022 and Youth Night. This spectacular event also supported by numbers of kind sponsors such as Royal Pitamaha, Hotel Puri Santrian, Pound Bali, the Water Club, and fully supported by IPB and SPB. Ladies and gentlemen, starting today's event, we will singing along the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding. So ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding. To extend the gratitude feeling, we will continue with the prayer together and will be led by Mr. Soma. Mr. Soma, please yourself.
Honorable audience, let us pray. I will lead the prayer in Bahasa Indonesia. The prayer will be delivered in Hindu. Om Awignam Astu Namo Sidam. Om Aditya Param Jyotir Rakta Tejo Namostute Sueta Pankajam Wadiaste Baskarya Namostute. Om Yang Widi, Tuhan yang Maha Esa. Puja dan puji syukur kami panjatkan atas anugerah yang diberikan kepada kami, sehingga kami dapat hadir bersama untuk mengikuti the first International Conference on Business, Hospitality, and Tourism yang diselenggarakan oleh Institut Pariwisata dan Bisnis Internasional. Kiranya Engkau berkenan memberi kelancaran dan kebermanfaatan dalam penyelenggaraan acara ini. Om Yang Widi, Tuhan yang Maha Agung, anugerahilah kami ilmu pengetahuan yang suci, yang dapat kami gunakan untuk kebaikan diri serta lingkungan kami. Sertailah kami, agar kami dapat membangun bangsa dan negara yang kami cintai. Om Yang Widi, Tuhan yang Maha Pengampun, ampunilah dosa dan kesalahan kami. Tuntunlah kami agar selalu berada dalam jalan yang direstui, serta jauhkanlah kami dari kegelapan. Om Siddhirastu Dat Astu Swaha. Om Santi Santi Santi. Om. Doa selesai.
Thank you, Mr. Soma. And ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Wow, all right. So welcome back to this very spectacular seminar. And from here, I'd like to inform to every each of you, we already have 313 participants. Can I have one big applause for this spectacular number from all around the world? So be ready, guys. Fasten your seat belt. We are about doing a very spectacular moment here. And without further ado, we will start this first ICO-BHOST 2023 by welcome remark that will be delivered by Director of IPB International. And of course, officially as a sign that this seminar already open. Please welcome Dr. Imade Sujana, SAMM CHT CHA. Can I have a big applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sujana.
The Honorable Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economic of Indonesia, all distinguished speakers, moderator, and all participants, a very good morning from Bali. It is indeed a great honor and a pleasure to welcome you all to the first international conference on business, hospitality, and tourism, which is held by Institute Pariwisata and Business International. This event is a series of Dies Natalis IPB International 15 and SPB 23rd, started on 44th February 2023. Allow me to welcome you all, around 300 and more participants, consist of tourism and hospitality association, hoteliers, and students from some campus in Indonesia. I also welcome our distinguished partner that sponsor the event. Changing dimension of sustainable tourism is raised for the main theme in the seminar. This means IPB International and SPB always encourage the awareness of the economic, environmental, and social impact of sustainable tourism. We are trying to develop the tourism to keep it relevant to the future needs of the industry, the communities, and the nature. The seminar will provide an opportunity to discuss on burning issues in tourism for next future. We can learn and share ideas from the greatest speakers with their expertise. I believe that you all feel enriched with knowledge after completion of this event. On behalf of our institution, we thank you very much for the great participation in this webinar. I expect that the seminar will be productive and the next few hours will be enjoyable and fruitful to you all. Thank you very much. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
Thank you, Mr. Sujana, for such a very inspiring welcome remark. Can I have a big applause once again, ladies and gentlemen? Wow, thank you so much, sirs. And already 340 persons joined for this spectacular seminar. What a number! Can I have a big applause? Good job for the all committee. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start this seminar, I'd like to inform for all the participants to stay until the end of the section. Why? Since we have a quizzes with a various gift special for the 3 winners. The first winners will win over stay over and spa training voucher at Royal Pitamaha Hotel Ubud, Bali. And for the second winners, will win stay voucher and mixology training at Puri Santiran Hotel Sanur, Bali. And last but not least, for the third winner, will win stay voucher and Balinese dance training at Kastapar Bridge, Nusa Lembongan Island, Bali. Wow, so spectacular. And of course, these vouchers will valid until the 24th of March 2023. Wow. And now, be ready for the first section of this seminar, the first ICO-BHOST 2023. And before we start the seminars, do not forget to mute your microphones since we want to fulfill and full attended in these spectacular seminars. But before we start this section, I'd like to introduce you for the first moderators, and this is Miss Komang Trisna Pratiwi Archana. Yes, she is used to work in organization and collaborate with people with diverse characteristics. As a graduate of Tourism Management Studies program, she has a capability in destination analysis, community involvement analysis, marketing management studies, and of course, for the latest education, she is a master degree from Double Degree Indonesia, France. Last but not least, for the experience itself, the work's experience and position responsibility, she had a lot of numbers and biggest responsibility experiences related with the hospitality and tourism field. So once again, can I have big applause for Miss Komang Trisna Pratiwi Archana.
Hello everyone, good morning.
Hi, Miss Trisna. Oh my God, you look so gorgeous, wrapped up with a batik, if I'm not mistaken,
With batik,
right?
yes.
Yes. How are you there in New Zealand?
In Ireland.
Oh, you are in Ireland. Sorry, you are in Ireland. Okay, how are you in Ireland?
Well, it's 1:20 a.m. Good
Wow.
morning from Ireland.
It's okay, even though it's really early morning, but you look so gorgeous today. So please,
Thank you.
have your sections, and of course, all the participants are impatient for having a very great moment along with you. Please yourself.
And the following, we will have Dr. Therese Conway from University of Galway, Ireland.
The demand for sustainable tourism is growing, with a recent survey finding 81% of global travelers believe sustainable travel is important, with 71% planning to travel sustainably in the next 12 months, which is an opportunity for us to continue to deliver more sustainable and high-quality tourism products. Through the pillars of innovations, adaptations, and collaborations, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has undertaken a flagship program called Sustainable Tourism Development, which highlights initiatives such as CHSE, sustainable certifications for the destinations, a carbon footprint calculator and offsetting, and many more. All of this important to strengthen Indonesia's positions and visions to become the epicenter of quality and sustainable tourism in the Asia-Pacific and globally. On these special occasions of the 15th anniversary of IPB International and the 23rd anniversary of the Bali Hospitality School, we extend our warmest congratulations and heartfelt wishes for continued success and growth. It is truly remarkable to see how far the school has come and the positive impact it has had on its students and the community. We wish you nothing but success and glory. Matur Suksma.
Pawon Bali, the Balinese traditional kitchen compound, where people live their daily slow village live to preserve, and vigorous nature. Pawon Bali is where food is prepared, livestock is ground, and harvest is kept. This is where the villagers hold deep discussion and festive celebration, pawing over a deep understanding of the true meaning of Balinese cooking, the philosophies, traditions, rituals, and elements that give it purpose and soul. Come visit us. Step into the fascinating insight of Balinese life and culture through learning about its food, cooking, and culinary. A rejuvenating journey to historical culinary. Pawon Bali by IPB International.
Conway is a lecturer in the School of Geography and Archaeology in University of Galway, Ireland. Her research interests and publication relate to the role of network and networking in rural tourism development and social capital and tourism development. Dr. Conway widely in the discipline of geography and is also the director of the Master Rural Future Planning and Innovation. She teaches specialist tourism module at bachelor and also master level, and supervises a number of master and PhD projects which focus on tourism-related issues. Dr. Conway is a team member of and I will start now.
Excellent, thank you so much. So good morning again, folks. As Trisna mentioned, my research area focuses on the ideas of social capital networks and micro-level interactions in rural tourism. Now, this particular research project looks at what I'm calling the peri-COVID era, as data was collected from tourism providers in and around 2020 and 2021. So the presentation, next slide please, Trisna. The presentation will focus first of all on a project background, where we'll talk about a little bit about where this project originated from and essentially its foundations and discussion in around the idea of sustainable tourism development. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the Wild Atlantic Way, which is the study area which this project focused on. Then a little bit of an introduction into the key concepts around social capital, bridging and bonding, and in particular findings that emerged in terms of COVID-19, some of the methods, and then finally some results and maybe some recommendations by way of a question at the end. Next slide, please, Trisna. So this project was part of a small funding pot that was developed through the Equality Office here in the University of Galway. So the project was developed to explore the role in particular that social capital had and local endogenous development, and in particular the strength of specific tourism providers or individuals in this instance, and their individual human capital in creating sustainable rural development, in particular in the west coast of Ireland. So from there, the objectives looked at how do we conceptualize the concept of social capital in rural tourism? What does it look like? How does it operate? And in doing that, we conducted 2 case studies that explored the role of social capital and networks on the Wild Atlantic Way on the west coast of Ireland. And obviously, because the research was conducted in and around 2020, we essentially had to pivot in terms of what we looked at. So we focused in on the idea of how tourism providers could recover in the long term using social capital from COVID-19. Next slide, please, Trisna. So the research is developed against ongoing conversations and academic work that surrounds the idea of social capital in local community development initiatives, in particular in the European context. So the research that I'm going to talk about today looks at social capital in the peri-COVID era using evidence from in-depth interviews with 20 tourism providers during the summer of 2020. Briefly, to preempt the findings a little bit, they illustrate that social capital was understood as having a principal role in assisting these tourism providers in recovering from COVID-19 pandemic. in particular if their social capital was demonstrated through networks and informal networks in this instance. So therefore, recommendations, I feel, can be considered in terms of how we look at sustainable tourism policies, which focus on social interactions and the role of tourism networks in helping tourism providers to essentially remobilise and gain strength again post-COVID-19. Next slide, please. So the research really focuses on the idea of collective or community capital in order to kind of consider how tourism providers have an innate awareness of the value of their connections and their social capital and strengths, and how the findings will essentially illustrate that these providers are aware that by continuing to communicate and share resources or share ideas, that they have a longer term viability or a stronger rural future in this instance in tourism development. Next slide, please. So to talk a little bit about the study area, some of you may or may not have heard about the Wild Atlantic Way, which is a 2,600 kilometre touring route along the west coast of Ireland. So it stretches from the Inishowen Peninsula right up in the north of Ireland on the map, all the way down along the west coast of Ireland to Kinsale in County Cork, taking in all the counties on its boundaries. It is said that it gets around 8 to 9 million tourists in this particular geographical area a year. Now, what is interesting about it is that while the number of tourists that traverse the route, the numbers that go to our small-scale tourism providers are much lower. And in essence, these tourism providers are possibly engaging with hundreds or possibly thousands of tourists at the maximum a year. The two study areas then we're going to look at as part of this are both in Galway. One is Clifton, which is a town and the gateway to the Connemara National Park. And the second one is Kinvara, which sits on the edge of the Burren landscape in Galway and County Clare. So both very well-known tourism destinations in their own right, but also suffer some of the challenges of peripheral rural areas on the west coast of Ireland. Next slide, please, Trisna. So the methodology was qualitative interviewing techniques with the 20 providers. First of all of the providers in the geographical areas were identified and a persuasive sample was selected to include as many types of tourism providers in the area as possible. Owing to the social distancing criteria that was in place at the time, all interviews were migrated to online or either telephone interviews to suit the rural tourism providers in question. Analysis then took place in a thematic way to engage, obviously enough, the key themes of social capital and networks, but also to pull out any sub-themes that providers might have engaged with at the time. Next slide, please, Trisna. So the key concepts that the research was developed around, but in essence emerged out of the research as well, are the ideas of social capital. And within social capital, we talk about two types, bridging social capital and bonding social capital. We'll also look briefly at the idea of networks and networking, and obviously enough, some of the responses in relation to COVID-19 that these providers mentioned having challenges with. Next slide. So in terms of social capital in a rural development sense, in particular across Europe, isn't new. In particular, it relates very much to our LEADER programme, and academics such as Mark Schucksmith have spoken extensively about this. We do know how social capital has helped develop understanding in tourism businesses more generally. And how we need to think about it is that it essentially really still to this day is related to what Portes discuss as being inherent in structures of social relationships within these tourism providers. Next slide, please. However, despite the fact that there has been a lot done on social capital in rural development senses, very little has been done in order to explain or interrogate how rural communities themselves can use this as a way to foster informal development and essentially use these networks and these collaborative structures to their strength. And in particular within the sustainable tourism discourse, I would argue that often we place more excessive weight on economic gains, and we're failing to realise actually it's the social capital that help us get to this economic prosperity in these instances. Next slide, please. So this paper develops on what Falk and Kilpatrick have done with social capital and essentially created a new definition within the literature where it extends on this idea of the civic or economic well-being of a community of purpose, but draws on the idea that the connections need to be quality internal and external interactions, and they need to be based on reciprocity, trust, and shared values for these kind of developments to have success long-term. Next slide, please. So the paper also looks at and develops on the idea of Robert Putnam, where he talks about the idea of bonding and bridging social capital. And in simple terms, all he's talking about is two different directions that the expressions of social capital can take. So for bonding social capital, he's talking about trust between homogeneous groups, which essentially means what's happening and what kind of relationships are occurring between the providers in the geographical location in which the tourism is developed. So in this instance, the bonding referred to those within the Kinvara cluster, what was happening in terms of their networking and collaboration, and the similar approaches within the Clifton cluster. Bridging social capital then is that external or extra local link outwards of the geographical area, where providers might be reaching outwards to obtain funding, training, advice, or other such supports. What this research looked at was how bonding and bridging are very deeply associated with networks and networking, because the argument is that without the capacity or the ability to network, the existing of social capital doesn't exactly happen. Next slide, please. So in terms of COVID-19, me, like everyone else active in research at the time, didn't anticipate to be writing a global pandemic into the data they were collecting. But inevitably, it became a cornerstone of this data. And in terms of what we needed to consider was, obviously enough, that some studies out there were saying, well, COVID-19 can have a positive impact on tourism development, in particular in rural areas. However, others have discussed the counter-argument, obviously enough, with it having a crippling impact on tourism globally, and some international arrivals in particular locations seeing up to a 30% decrease, and obviously we know now since that it's even higher again. However, this data collected during COVID-19 has highlighted some opportunities in terms of what it has done for rural tourism providers. One example that I'll talk about in a little while is that it allowed providers to diversify and network in a new way. And this new way was particularly important for providers located in peripheral geographical locations. Next slide, please. So I briefly want to talk a little bit about the results. Without going into huge detail, if there's anything that needs clarification, I can talk about it in the questions. So in terms of that bridging and bonding social capital, it was exhibited across all provider types, and essentially both were strong, but in general it occurred for the shared development of tourism. So anyone who was bonding with local tourism providers was doing so to develop all of the tourism product within the area, not just their own product. And the same with the bridging connections outwards to obtain funding or training. Joined up approaches or networked or community or grouped approaches were important, and in particular around 2020 when this data was collected, a lot of these small-scale tourism providers had come together in a community way to say, well, how can we survive the pandemic? How can we maintain our tourism businesses past COVID-19? So one example was where they joined together to develop online sales platforms. So any business that could diversify their product without having tourists on site, keeping in mind that they were closed for business at the time, had set up online sales platforms, or maybe other approaches that we talk about in a little bit, that essentially made them survive COVID-19. Bonding social capital in a community or a networked way was evident, with many providers linking with each other simply to to reach out and check in to see were they okay, were they surviving, were they going to, maintain their business, what kind of staff levels they had to let go. So this general sharing of information. Next slide, please, Trisna. So in terms of the networking results in the peri or the post-COVID era, providers all kind of remarked on the idea that the culture of collaboration allowed kind of success and innovation within these rural tourism products. So as I mentioned, one example would have been in and around the idea of setting up online sales platforms for their products. So anyone involved maybe in a cafe that had an art dimension, or there was other cafes that sold kind of artisan food products, they migrated to an online model where there was collection points around the locality, etc., that allowed these providers to essentially maintain their business going forward. What also happened was that providers were using kind of this culture of collaboration to kind of maintain their structures. So other providers used their collaborative structures to maybe set up blogs or podcasts where they charged a nominal fee in order to diversify and again to maintain their business post-COVID. Next slide, please, Trisna. One of the key dimensions to emerge out of this research in the sense of the role of the social capital and the networking structure in this rural area was the change in approach to how they communicated. So in an Irish example, traditionally when tourism providers need to network or communicate or join together, they did so always in a face-to-face manner. So that might have been at a local tourism event, at a national tourism event, at a coffee morning. This networking was now beginning to take place online. And what this allowed during COVID was for continued conversation around the promotion and the sustainable development of these rural areas. But also what it did was the profile of our rural tourism promoter or developer in Ireland is very much small scale operators. So these providers might only employ 1 or 2 staff members, might be a husband and wife partnership, very, very small scale businesses. So they couldn't travel a lot of the time to these face-to-face networking opportunities. Hence, they were losing out on the ability to kind of display social capital and join in this process. But now, because this networking was beginning to happen online, and it's still to this day maintained online, it actually allows for a greater involvement from tourism providers to engage in the process of networking and essentially maintain the sustainability of their tourism products. Next slide, please, Trisna. So in terms of what was happening within the networking structure, and I'm just going to discuss some brief examples at this stage, all providers reflected on the role of social capital and were bonding for this purpose. In terms of accommodation providers, so our accommodation providers would be small scale bed and breakfast providers, and they would be lean very heavily on the role of informal referral techniques through their social networks in order to maintain their business viability. So just a simple quote from a B&B provider is, if my neighbour's house is full, they will send inquiries to me and I would do the same. So by maintaining this business in the locality, they were creating more sustainability for the geographical region and for other providers in the area. Others examples would be from an activity centre provider run by a husband and wife partnership, who had come to Ireland over 30 years ago from the UK. And they mentioned their informal networks with mobile food trucks. They were located on the edge of the Connemara National Park, allowed them to bring in products for their events on site by using local providers and local produce. Other examples from adventure centres where there was fairy trails, children's playgrounds, these kind of products. Again, networking locally with local cafes, local restaurants, local bars to maintain connection within the area and to essentially keep the social capital and the bonding, engaged to allow the tourism product in the area to essentially survive COVID-19, but to flourish afterwards. The example of bridging social capital was very important generally for funding, but in particular during the peri-COVID era. So in the Irish case, there would have been extra support and funding available for tourism providers in order to survive the pandemic. So that bridge externally to access that funding was a central role. Next slide, please. So in terms of COVID-19 survival, and I could literally have given an hour-long presentation on some of the reflections that these small-scale tourism providers had on the impact and the detrimental impact COVID-19 had on them. And interestingly, in the Irish sense and experience might, show all the similar experience globally. What they saw was an inequality in the supports being offered. So state and semi-state tourism providers or tourism sectors or tourism attractions gained more support than private small-scale tourism entrepreneurs. So the attitude was that, well, actually, we're all networked and we're all engaged, so we all know we're all in the same boat. So there's a certain solidarity in that, was their viewpoint. But essentially, it does, from an Irish perspective, highlight to us, well, what are we doing to support these small-scale tourism providers who are essentially the sustainability and the lifeblood of these geographical areas? Next slide, please. So just now to present finally some conclusions. The findings of this paper really relate to the structure and outputs of social relationships, similar to the preceding work of Falk and Kilpatrick. So we know from the research that essentially sometimes there's an over-reliance and an over-focus placed on economic sustainability of rural tourism. And while I'm not arguing the importance of that, it is, of course, very important. I feel there is an opportunity to look a little bit deeper as to the role of the social relationships and kind of look towards how these social relationships can essentially help us achieve the economic or the environmental or the cultural benefits within tourism. So to that end, I'm arguing that social capital has a very important role in rural tourism and in tourism more generally. And it's easier to have a productive tourism product when this idea of bonding social capital exists between the tourism providers. Next slide, please. So in terms of the project findings, the providers have illustrated an acute awareness of the value of simple interactions and how that can contribute to maintaining their economic viability. And in this example, it was illustrated against the backdrop of a COVID-19 pandemic. Now, something I haven't got to talk about it because I haven't got to analyze it yet is that I have revisited a lot of these providers through 2020 and on into 2023. And again, they're stating that their reliance on their connections and their networks have allowed them to survive the COVID-19 pandemic and essentially keep the viability within these rural communities. So I'm going to finish with a question. I'm going to ask, how do we position the role of social networks within the sustainable development discourse in tourism in order to achieve these ends? So thank you very much, and I look forward to taking any questions later.
Thank you very much, Therese. Dear everybody, please give a virtual applause to our speakers, Dr.
And in terms of why I focus on it for the perspective of the project, the areas in question are small villages of less than a couple of thousand population. And the tourism providers I mention are not located all the time within the villages. They're located on the peripheries. They might be the only tourism provider for a couple of thousand kilometers or 100 kilometers, depending on where they're located. So we are a very, very rural country in terms of what we provide. And in terms of more generally, the type of tourism product in Ireland is very much agricultural tourism, ecotourism, low impact experiences, hill walking, mountaineering, these kind of outdoor activities is what we're most well known for.
All right. Well, I think Indonesia needs to learn a lot from Ireland because we have a similar tourism product, and also the characteristic of the geography in Ireland itself is also similar with our country. I think we should, moving forward, jump to the question and answer session, because we have one question from Bapak Nyoman Arto Suprapto. Bapak Nyoman Arto Suprapto, can you please turn on your camera and your microphone? Okay, I think please let me read the question from Bapak Nyoman Arto Suprapto.
Now we can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Bapak Arto Suprapto, are you there? Okay. So there is one question from Bapak Nyoman.
Disney, you're on mute again. I cannot hear you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, once again. How is the actual form of the social capital that affect the sustainable, and also how the social capital bonding bridging are formed? In that triggered by themselves or by the policy made by the government? I think Bapak Arto Suprapto is really curious about the concept of the social capital bonding and bridging. Can you please explain and emphasize how does the social capital bonding and bridging concept itself form?
Excellent, brilliant question. Unfortunately, no, it's not policy led. It's not something that's formulated by government here in terms of how they go about tourism. What the evidence would actually suggest, and I'm talking about, I've looked at this topic of social capital over the last 10 or 12 years. What we actually find is it emerges from the tourism providers themselves. So it would depend on why their network are engaging. So the Wild Atlantic Way example, they're networking because they want to join together and promote their products. So the social capital is very much immobilized from the bottom up, for, in terms of their involvement and their engagement. They're developing it themselves from the ground up. So it's coming from the strength and the ability of the tourism providers. Other ways we see social capital being developed in the Irish sense is around specialist tourism markets. So one particular area where we see a prevalence of strong social capital and networks is through the likes of ecotourism, where providers have a very strong belief in environmental, social, cultural, and economic sustainability of the tourism product, and they're building new tourism products in and around the idea of ecotourism. So we see very strong approaches to developing social capital in that instance. What I probably should say as well is it's easier to evidence the social capital with providers who actually want to engage with you, because they want to tell you a story of what they're doing well. we obviously have evidence of maybe more hard to reach tourism providers who aren't telling the same story because they're not promoting the same levels of social capital. So that might be an example that, you know, can be seen as well globally, that we need to look at those weaker tourism providers and how can we share the learnings from these examples to show them, look, it is all about informal connections. It's not about formal capital in terms of sitting down at board meetings or engaging in that way. It's very much small scale interactions we're talking about. And it's not particularly scientific. It's very simple in terms of how they're doing these things, but it has proven to give them longevity. To these providers that I spoke to, they've survived COVID-19. To providers in the past, they continue to network around whatever their particular tourism product is. So it's about developing their understanding of this is what you're doing and getting them to maintain it into the future.
Thank you very much, Iris. I think we face the same problem as well in Indonesia, as I mentioned you during the supervising meeting as well. Like in Bali especially, we are struggle to, like even though Bali is the center of the tourism management in Indonesia, but many Balinese people and tourism stakeholders, especially in the rural area, is not really knowledgeable and has the same understanding how to manage the tourism industry within the area, and especially how to apply the sustainability concept. And it's so interesting that we need to approach not in a formal shape, but informal way. But at least we try to achieve the goals itself, that how they can maintain their tourism product in sustainable way. So because Bapak Nyoman Arto Suprapto is not able to live and joining us, turn on his microphone and also camera, we are going to jump into the next questions. There is a question from Ibu Intan from Department of Tourism Management, Vocational Studies in IPB International. Ibu Intan, can you please turn on your camera and also your microphone? Ibu Intan, are you hearing me?
Yeah, good morning, Bu Trisna and Dr. Conway. Thank you for the opportunities. The nice presentation that I have a question. Some I can find in Bali related to the presented by the Dr. Conway. My question is, in Bali, there's many tourism villages developed before the pandemic COVID-19. And this tourism village aims to develop potencies of rural tourism, thus it can impact the sustainability of economy, environment, social, and culture of local communities. However, some of them are in conflict after post-pandemic COVID because lack of income, conflict of interest, and insolidarity of local community. And the social capital is the main problem in developing rural tourism in Bali, as what the Ms. Trisna said before. They got stuck in developing the rural tourism in here. So my question is, what's the real effect the social capital and how to build the trust in the community? Because in fact, the Balinese are commonly and frequently doing informal interaction and formal connection to the groups or individuals because we have similarity of tradition, culture, and religion. Thank you.
All right.
Wow.
Still trust.
That's a big question. I suppose what I'm gathering is that there is attempts to network the tourism providers and engage with them, and how do you engage social capital? I suppose in the Irish example, and I've only referred to one, we have tried over the years numerous types of public participation and engagement strategies, everything from spray can GIS mapping, where we would get them to map their tourism areas, from aspects of panel methodologies, where instead of engaging them at a network level, that you might bring in tourism provider one at a time, and you gain their issues and you talk to them in terms of their challenges. That's another particular way. But from what you're telling me, you're already engaging the tourism providers, and I'm curious, I suppose, to what level that engagement is coming in terms of what is existing on the ground. And that's something we've learned over the years in the Irish example, in particular, looking at networks and social capital. And someone asked earlier about, was it a government initiative? What we have learned is, if a government initiative comes in and imposes either a network or a policy or a structure on the communities, they essentially implode. They don't want to know about it. They want to be the leaders of the policies or the change makers themselves. So what we've learned is we engage with the communities first on the ground, and we say, well, what's working? What are the challenges? And then we try to build from the bottom up. That's not true across all examples. We're still flailing around a little bit in the policy arena, but where we have learned in terms of what is successful is where we look at the tourism communities first and develop the policy afterwards. I hope that has answered the question.
Intan, how is it? I think the main problem in Bali, especially, and maybe also for the other destination, rural destination in Indonesia, because we have a strong culture that the local communities itself is not, tourism activities is not the main activities of the local communities. So against the cultural, the daily life, and also they want to develop and to participate in the tourism industry, that also become another issues in rural area in Bali at the moment. But hopefully, because rural tourism becoming, because Indonesia government especially stressing the rural tourism development, now the government and the ministry itself also trying to achieve the certified rural destination. Hopefully, rural community will have more chance to develop, and also more chance to opportunity to improve their abilities to managing their own destination in the future. Okay, we'll jump to the next questions. Liv from Brisbane, Australia. This is our colleague that is Ibu Putu Devi Rosalina. She is doing a PhD in University of Griffith, Australia. Devi, are you there?
Hello, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, how are you?
Good, how are you? Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, I cannot turn on my camera because it's a bit inconvenient for me to turn on. Yeah, Therese, I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you so much for sharing. Just wondering about the factor that can mostly contribute to the strong social bonding and social bridging, because on your findings you suggest that the social bonding and bridging is very strong in that Irish rural areas. So maybe it's still related to what Intern was asking about. So what is actually the most factor that contribute, so that maybe we can learn from your case study to also try to apply that in Bali? Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I suppose in this example that I'm presenting, very much it's the personalities involved in tourism. So the individuals involved in the promotion of tourism in these particular two clusters, they're involved in tourism a long time. They have learned a lot over their time period. They are aware of the value of social connections, and they're able to share that value with the newer tourism providers in the geographical area. So what I would say is, what adds to the success then is having a local leader or a local key tourism person that maybe has more experience or is more established within the tourism area. And in that, what essentially the providers that I spoke to, those that were longer in business, first of all, in terms of surviving COVID-19, had survived other shocks. They had survived the global economic downturn in 2008. In Ireland in 2003, we had the foot and mouth crisis, which meant that nobody could access the countryside in terms of maintaining tourism viability. So these tourism providers, because they had come through so many shocks and had developed their own personal human capital within them as tourism providers, were better equipped to develop and maintain social capital and essentially to bring along the newer tourism providers. And I would argue within that example that the newer tourism providers then benefited from that sharing and that learning experience. So there is within the social capital literature, and I didn't allude to it today, and within our examples, the idea of learning networks and learning using this capital is very, very strong and very, very important for tourism promotion. So that is one thing I would say about mobilizing that capital, is to look towards maybe learning networks or training kind of in mobilizing these skills. Now, I can't talk to the Bali kind of experience in terms of tourism providers, but it is about that geographical clustering as well. So these providers are located in geographical close proximity. So that's what I was saying earlier about looking at what's in existence. So what's happening geographically between these tourism providers, and what they might have as an attraction might be very, very small scale towards other areas, but it can often be the thing that essentially makes that area attractive. So it's geographical clustering, it's the role of a local leader, but also being able to look towards the capacity of learning networks and sharing the information so that that strength of the social capital network maintains itself.
Okay, thank you. So the key points are like the expertise, leadership, and so it must not something to do with the government. Is that correct?
No, so what I was exploring, they're not government initiatives. Again, often when government initiatives, so another example historically where we looked at network development was in around 2008, 2009, where we looked at ecotourism in the Green Box, which is in the northwest of Ireland. And that was a top-down developed network. And that network ceased to function when the funding ran out, whereas these organic networks that are coming from the bottom up have more longevity. It's not to say that there isn't potential for government to develop supports and policies in and around social capital and social networks, but those policies, if developed, need to take account of what's already existing. It's not about developing a policy to create networks. It's about developing a policy that looks towards existing strength in networks and uses that to develop the rural tourism area.
Perfect. Interesting points. Thank you, Therese, and thank you, Ms. Trisna.
Thank you, Devi. Okay, well, that is so interesting. Therese, you have many questions, and shall we jump to the next questions? This is are you still with us?
Yes, Trisna. Yes, Trisna.
Would you please share your question and turn on your camera, turn on your video?
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, Therese, for your enlightening presentation. I agree to your statement that COVID-19 put a brake on tourism, resulting in, to some extent, pessimism among the social capital, especially the rural tourism developed in Indonesia in the form of field tourism, as mentioned by the previous speakers. So will you share your idea how to cope with this pessimism in addition to, for example, create a virtual tourism for promotion for the sustainability of this business, especially for the rural community? Thank you very much.
All right,
Yeah,
yes.
I suppose the pessimism, and look, I didn't I didn't overly discuss that. It wasn't that pessimism didn't exist in the Irish example, but it wasn't around networking or capacity. So we did see some real big challenges in the Irish sense. So some of those providers I spoke about, when you talk about pessimism, around the time I spoke to them, were unsure if they could afford Christmas presents for children, had to let go professional staff, as I'm sure you'll have seen in the Bali case as well, where they might have employed a chef or a marketing manager or promotion manager, and it was very difficult for them to rehire these individuals as well. So in terms of maybe how to alleviate the pessimism, again, it's about looking towards, you know, the fact that what they did before, had they successful tourism numbers in the past, can they develop the capacity on that? There is potential to learn from COVID-19. Yes, we know it had detrimental impacts and detrimental effects, but the international literature tells us that, look, there have been experiences where tourism providers have diversified, have learned, have developed new skills. You know, as I mentioned, people were closed in the Irish sense, set up podcasts, set up trading websites in order to survive and to diversify their tourism product. So I think it's about sharing that message. And I think as an academic community and a learning community globally, possibly falls to us to maybe share that message, whatever the medium, be it online, be it print media, word of mouth, that, you know, that shares what's happening internationally with these tourism providers, and, you know, share the good news story and move them a little bit beyond the pessimism. Because if we don't see COVID for what it was, in the sense of the economists are telling us it's a short, sharp shock and we should see full-scale recovery. But then we also need to use it as an opportunity. We are here today talking about sustainable tourism. So is there elements within our global tourism practice that needed to change anyway? And should we see it as a possibility to reset and share that information as well more generally?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Therese, we have a limited time, but we still have another 2 questions. Here we have IPB OP1. Can you please turn on your video or camera and microphone? The question is, there are a way to improve the social, civic, and also economic well-being of developing countries such as Indonesia. What do you think, Therese, in your opinion?
Yeah, 100%. Now, in terms of context, I suppose it's very different from the Irish example in terms of how that might happen. But I think the key is to look at your own local potential and your own local tourism products. Often in that developing world context, the propensity is for Western-led kind of approaches. But essentially where we see the real strength again is where there's local ownership, local scale, local control of assets. And if you look globally, tourism to rural areas and tourism to these small scale products, be them rural or peri-urban or whatever the case may be, they're looking for the niche experience and the experience of the people within the place. And we see this all over Europe, globally, and further afield. So It is about using what's there locally and not relying on external forces.
Yeah, I really agree with you that we have to emphasize that our own potential tourism product and how to develop from that uniqueness. Well, we jump to the last question. The committee is already remind me about the time. So the last question is from Imade Suardika. Bapak Imade Suardika, are you still joining us?
Yes.
Bapak Imade Suardika, please briefly mention your question. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Teresa. Thank you for time for me. Okay, I would like to ask the situation in Bali, especially in Kuta area, in Legian area, Seminyak area, and also in Canggu, and next to Canggu it's called Mungu, also like that. I would like to ask how the good strategy, I mean, because in tourism area, so many people make a new building, even make a villa, even make restaurant, guest house, hotel, and etc. I think this is disturbing for sustainable. Because the building sometimes without consider about balance of environment, natural environment, sometimes without balancing of natural. And then in one side, the land in the tourist area is very expensive, so many expensive to make a local people want to sell the land. Yeah, something like that, want to sell the land. And then the other side, the rich men want a building to improve their business. So many rich men come to make the business, to make a villa, make a building, make a restaurant in tourist areas. I think the balancing of the tourist area, balancing of the natural environment, disturbing the sustainable of tourism. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to the problem because we see it globally, but it's very much about creating an awareness of that carrying capacity. In an Irish case, we've very strict planning regulations, so the continuous development of buildings isn't something we have a direct relationship with here, but we do have to constantly talk about that idea of carrying capacity and how much buildings or structures or how much tourism that the area in question can take. So is it the case of, can we revive existing buildings? Can we look at low impact opportunities for tourists? You often see kind of yurt development, TP development. Can we look at other forms of accommodation provision that's maybe lower scale, softer impact on the environment? And how do you consider and develop these low impact ideas? Might be the way to look at it. I can't say that I have the answer that this is what you should do in terms of looking at the local context, but very much it might be about educating about that carrying capacity piece and to what extent can you maintain viable and sustainable tourism numbers without creating environmental or social or economic degradation in that instance.
Thank you so much, Therese. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause of our speakers. Well, I know there are many questions from all of you, but we have a limited time and we need to end our discussion session. To all the participants, we learned a lot about the importance of sustainability tourism practice, and also especially for the rural tourism case studies during the circumstances of COVID-19. And also, we finally come to the end of the session. Thank you for the concise closing remark. And also, we would like to take some highlighted points from today's session. Please allow me to conclude the session with Dr. Therese Conway. 81% of the global traveler believe that sustainable travel is important, especially against the pandemic. And according to the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy in Indonesia, we will continue to provide a high-quality product through the dimension of innovation, adaptation, and collaboration. And opportunity to develop the rural area is crucial during the pandemic of COVID-19. And at some points, it also brings opportunities to the diversity of tourism industry. Social interactions with the potential to contribute to social, civic, economic well-being of the community. However, it also depends on the various and also the sharing values between both parties, the local community and tourism stakeholders. Social capital itself takes an important role to assist the local communities to take actions and networking in rural tourism product, essentially in order to promote sustainable tourism. And it's also important to have the leader, a good leader, as the key indicator to make sure that the successful of the rural tourism destination will be sustained in the future. Therese, before we close the session, can you please give us some short closing remark?
Oh goodness, other than, I suppose, what you have covered already, in terms of small scale rural tourism development, and I know from our conversations, Trisna, that is something that you're intent on developing in Bali. It is about tourism policymakers, tourism agencies, academics looking at what's in existence. What are those communities doing? What is their uniqueness? What is it that will sustain them long term into the future? And how can they sustainably develop it in terms of low impact, small scale, but still large enough that economically it's contributing to their long term viability? And hopefully going into the future, I'll get the opportunity to come and visit some of these rural tourism communities going forward. And finally, I'd just like to thank everybody for their engagement, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the speakers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Therese Conway. Please give the beautiful applause, and thank you very much to all the participants and also to our sponsors today, Hotel Royal Pitamaha, Hotel Puri Santrian, and the Water Club Bali. I also remind everyone that we will be seeing you again in the second part of the webinar. Please stay tuned because we will have an inspiring speakers from New Zealand, from Malaysia. Thank you very much for having me, Trisna, a long way from Galway, Ireland. It's good to see you, everybody in Bali. And I would also like to congratulate the Bali Hotel School and the International Institute of Tourism and Business for the anniversary once again. I hope the institution can be the leading university that always create a professional future for tourism leader. Please enjoy the rest of the webinar. See you on the next event. I over to you, the Master of Ceremony.
Thank
Bye,
you
everyone.
so much, Miss Trisna. Such a very inspiring moment. A lot of questions, and is it beyond of the expectation, right? A lot of persons that already having their mind, their questions about sustainability tourism. Such a very good moment. And of course, warmly greet every each of you that already joined. Thank you so much. 453 person join along with this spectacular webinar. And of course, in this beautiful moment, I also want to warmly greet the Honorable Dr. Andes Inyoman Gede Astina MPD CST Chairman of Dharma Widya Ulangun Foundation, that of course Mr. Nyoman Gede Astina joined along from Singapore. Thank you so much for the time, sirs. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please remain until the end of the section of this webinar, since we have a quizzes with the 3 spectacular prizes. For the third winner, it's going to be a stay over voucher and belliness dance training at Kastapar Bridge, Nusa Lembongan Island, Bali. The second winner will win stay voucher and mixology training at Puri Santrian Hotel Sanur, Bali. And for the first winner, congratulations, you will get stay voucher and spa training at Royal Pitamaha Hotel Ubud, Bali. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are about moving forward for a second moderator for today, and this is the one and only Mrs. Komang Ratih Tunjung Sari. She's been lecturing in the Tourism and Hospitality School for 7 years. Besides, she is in charge in partnership, public relation, marketing, and alumni. She also certified hotel educator in 2019 by American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute, ALE. So please welcome, and this is Mrs. Komang Ratih Tunjung Sari, broadcast long away from New Zealand. Hi, Miss Komang.
Hello, Ritu. How are you?
I am fantastic. What about you? What time is it now? In where is it? In New Zealand, right, Mrs. Komang Ratih Tunjung Sari?
Yes, it's nearly 3:30 p.m. at the moment.
In the afternoon, right? So it's good. You don't even need to wake up literally early. Okay. Well, I guess that you have a sequences and moment with the 3 speakers today. So this is the moment for you to shine and enjoy your spectacular moment. Please yourself.
Thank you, Ritu, for the lovely introduction about me. So, Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Namo Buddhaya. Good wishes to all of us. Kia ora. Good morning for Bali and Malaysia. Good early morning for Ireland. And good afternoon from New Zealand. I hope a good day to you all. And in this excellent day, I'd like to express our honor to our keynote speaker for today, His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, our honorable speakers from University of Galway, Ireland, Dr. Therese Conway, BAMPLAN, Dr. Craig Lee from the Department of Tourism, University of Otago Business School, New Zealand, Ms. Khairun Najiah Ahmad, PhD, from the University Technology Mara, Malaysia, and Ms. Santa Puse from PQD, Spain. Allow me to express our gratitude to the Honorable Chairman of the Dharma Widya Ulangan Foundation, Bapak Dr. Inyoman Gede Astina, MPD CHT, the Honorable Rector of ICB International, Bapak Dr. Imade Sujana, SAMM CHT CHA. Our distinguished guests, and all the participants who are delightfully join our conference today. I am Rati. I'm a lecturer at FEB International, and
Hello.
I am a student now at Department of Tourism, University of Otago. And I would like to thank IPB International for the opportunity to choosing me as the moderator for this second session of the first International Conference on Business, Hospitality and Tourism, ICO-BHOST, with the general topic, Changing Dimension of the Sustainable Tourism. Before listening to the speaker's presentation, I'd like to set some ground rules during this second session in order to ensure the conference runs successfully. Other than committee and speakers, you are very welcome to put your microphone on mute to avoid any noise background throughout the session. And don't hesitate to let others know if you agree or like something that the speaker said by using the clapping hands or thumbs up at the reactions. And if you have any questions regarding presentation during the event, please leave them in the comment section so we can save them for the Q&A session at the end of the session. To begin, I'm very excited to meet our third speaker for today. So please welcome Dr. Craig Lee. I believe all of you could not wait to listen to his presentation. Dr. Craig Lee, how are you doing?
Oh, hello, I'm very well, thank you.
All right. And I'm very sure you are very ready to share your thoughts for today.
Yeah, I think so. If everyone is ready to listen, then I'm ready to go.
All right, then. Before that, let me say a few things about Craig's education, research interests, and his achievements. Dr. Craig Lee is currently a senior lecturer in the Department of Tourism at the University of Otago Business School, and he received the DARCS Award for Highest Achiever for the Master of International Hospitality Management from Le Cordon Bleu and the University of South Australia in 2011. He graduated from the University of South Australia for achieving his PhD degree in 2015. His research focused on entrepreneurship and innovation in hospitality and tourism. And he was awarded to be the best Otago Business School citizen in 2017 and nominated for a Teaching Excellence Award, the Best Emerging Researcher Award, and the Best Teaching Staff Award in 2021 by the Otago Business School, University of Otago. And he also served as a review editor for several high qualification of international journals. And he had already been in the hospitality industry for several years before joining the university. I believe you would like to know more about Dr. Craig Lee's presentation for today. It's titled Sustainability in the Hospitality Industry Sector. Let's start the session by giving the microphone to Dr. Craig to share his presentation. Dr. Craig, the time is yours.
Sure, thank you. Before you turn on the presentation, I would just like to say apa kabar, good morning and selamat pagi to everyone. I would like to thank IPB International for inviting me to deliver a presentation today. And I would also like to pay my respects to the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economies of Indonesia, to IPB International, to all the esteemed colleagues in the audience, and as well as the guests joining us today. So I'm very pleased to be here. I thank you all again for the opportunity to present and for you to, take some time to listen to what I have to say. Just really quickly, before I begin, a bit about me. I am a Malaysian, so your neighbor from across the sea. I did my bachelor in hotel and tourism management in Malaysia. And so in essence, I've actually gone to an institution much like IPB International to learn about hospitality and tourism when I was young. I spent a lot of time working in hotels and restaurants in the industry before I changed and became an academic and ended up in New Zealand teaching tourism and hospitality. So my expertise mostly is in the field of hospitality, is where I mostly do my research and work and my teaching. And so today, what I want to take the time to talk to you about is to look at sustainability in the hospitality industry or sector, depending on how a country may classify the hospitality industry. And what I really want to do is to have a reflection on the effectiveness of practice. So I'm not really going to present to you any data or study that I've conducted, but I'd like us to take some time to think about some of the practices that we engage in when we are trying to be sustainable in hospitality, and seeing how seeing how we work and how we may want to consider how we can do things better. Next slide, please. So I'm focusing on the hospitality aspect for today's conference, right? And as we know, hospitality is crucial to any conversation involving tourism. And why is that so? Is because businesses within hospitality are central to the activity of tourism. We know that if a traveler wants to do a tour or do tourism, they need a hotel as a place to stay. They need a restaurant as a place to eat. They need to go to events. And so we really can't think of, hospitality as separate to tourism. They are interconnected very tightly. And so we know as well that sustainability has received considerable attention in hospitality over the years. And of course, today in 2023, that's what we're talking about. And when we look at sustainability within what we would call the hospitality industry, keep in mind what I am referring to are, businesses in hotels, whether it's cruises, restaurants, theme parks, or even events. And that's what I mean when I use this catch-all term, hospitality. Next slide, please. So we also know that many leading players in hospitality have emphasized their commitments to what we would call corporate social responsibility, or have also ensured that the way they do their business or the way they have sustainable initiatives follows the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Right? For example, if you go to any website such as the Hilton, you will see that they have a whole section talking about the environmental impact and how they are trying to be sustainable. Next, please. We have, for example, the Accor brand of hotels having their program called Planet 21, which is their way to, perform their duties in achieving corporate social responsibility. Next, please. And we also see, for example, there are many organizations out there. We have large hospitality companies, providing donations or joining initiatives or collectives to show that they are trying to be sustainable in order, to align with either their corporate social responsibilities or to align with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Next, please. But what I really want to talk about today is the fact that despite, many companies for years having all these sorts of initiatives, being sustainable, having all these programs, and again, you as students of hospitality, you may have worked, or teachers or people in industry, you have these initiatives as well. You've seen them in action, you've seen them in your policy, you have them in your annual reports, right? But despite this, I would say not all initiatives are actually executed in practice. So here's an example I'm going to give you from my recent travels about a week ago, traveling around Australia. And so the picture you see here is a picture of any standard, 4.5, 5-star hotel. And what I really want you to focus on are those two towels that you see hanging on the bathroom and hanging by the sink. So funny thing is, in this hotel, 4.5 star, they have the card saying, if you would like to help us in our sustainability initiative to be better for the planet or to save water, please hang your towels. And, we will not change them because you are saving water for us. But so what I did was I hang all my towels on the rack because, I want to be a good person and I want to be sustainable, right? But lo and behold, when I left the room to do my sightseeing and I came back, I find that even if I hang my towels on the rack, they're all cleared out. Even if I put a sign saying, please don't change my towels today, that's okay. You'll find that in practice, the housekeepers will just change all the towels anyway. So, that's my quick example of, even in 2023, while we do have all these things in place, what happens is that in practice, it doesn't necessarily happen. And so that becomes a failure in sustainability. I'm not sure if you can read the text on this TripAdvisor review, but what I did was I looked at the TripAdvisor review of this particular hotel I stayed in. And the funny thing is I did find someone giving a review of this hotel talking about this exact thing, where they stayed in the hotel. What this hotel does is that if you put your towels on the rack, and you don't change your towels or don't have the room serviced on that day, they give you a $10 voucher to use in the cafe. Right, that sounds pretty nice. But even in 2019, what we find is, even if we have all these initiatives from major companies and things like that, we find that in practice, it still doesn't necessarily happen. Okay, and so here's where I want us to reflect a bit about what is going on here. Next slide, please. So we find that the problem is, while hospitality organizations can develop a range of initiatives for sustainability, but oftentimes the success of these initiatives is down to basically failures in human behavior. Okay, and so we've seen this across some of the other studies I've done in multiple countries, right? The example I'm giving you is what you would call a developed country. I'm not blaming Australia, but in this case, the example I will give is in Australia, what you would call a developed country, which is supposed to have, the best standards and the best everything. We've seen the same failures, for example, some studies we did in Southeast Asia, right, where, you'd have all this technology, but you find that none of it is used to do sustainability or to initiate green programs because the people just don't want to do it, okay? So, on my third point on this slide, in some or in many cases, what I want us to reflect on is that if we are trying to be sustainable in hospitality, right, in many cases, the failure of these initiatives is due to failures in human behavior. So, as a hotel manager or as a company CEO, whether you're a big chain or a small chain, we can have as many reports, initiatives, standard order SOPs in terms of how to be sustainable. But at the end of the day, these are really useless if we cannot use them to influence changes in human behavior. Or, and I've checked with Ibu Komang, how we can think about it is down to a problem of masalah perilaku orang, or MPO. I hope that's correct. So if there's anything that you're going to remember from my talk today, hopefully you take a MPO home with you. Okay, next slide, please. So who really is responsible when we talk about sustainability and hospitality? Okay, so if I'm saying that, based on our research and our experience, that quite often sustainability and hospitality fails because of a failure of human behavior, which humans are we referring to? Right? So I'm not saying that we're going to blame a particular person or a particular group of people that they're not doing what they're supposed to do. But what we do need to think about is that when we have sustainability initiatives, especially in hospitality, right, the only way it's going to work is if there is, as you can see in the diagram here, a sort of three-way conversation between the guests, the staff, and the management, right? So I'm not focusing on how many policies we can write or how many interesting or innovative programs we can have. what I am focusing on here, as you can see on the three icons, are the people. You and I, whether we are guests or whether we are staff, in many cases we are both, whether you're a manager, right? And so the three boxes you see that are appearing at the moment are some of my suggestions or thinking around what do we mean by thinking about our human behavior when we are trying to be sustainable in hospitality. So on the one hand, the guest, right, does have a role to play in order to help the hospitality organization achieve sustainability, right? So while we know if we are staff that the guest is the most important thing, okay? And I won't deny that, right? The guests are obviously very important, and it's not very easy to tell guests what to do. But it is a conversation between us and the guests, or for us to reflect on what we do when we are guests in a hotel. So what I would recommend is that for guests, a good thing to do would be to take advantage of the initiatives on offer. As I said before in my example, for example, the hotel gives the guests a reward if they act in a sustainable manner, right? Like I said, if you put a card saying you do not have to service or clean my room today, or you hang your towels so that the housekeeper doesn't have to change your towels on that day, well then, give them a reward, right? For example, $5 at the buffet, $10 off, right? Remembering that the reward you give is not necessarily the price of the food that is on the menu, but the cost price. So while yes, it does have a cost, but it is a cost-effective way for us to save the environment, right? As a guest as well, we need to think about how do we be mindful of our actions when we are in a hotel, right? When we think about issues such as food waste, for example, right? If we're at a buffet, we don't have to stack our food plate tingy, because we might not be able to finish it anyway. So it's about how we can educate, or how us as guests can think about being mindful when we are engaging in the services of a hospitality organization. Okay, it is also the responsibility of staff. And like I said in that example I gave you, right? I put a sign to tell the guest that to tell the housekeeper that you do not have to clean my room today. But what we find is that whether or not I request that, the person just cleaned the whole room anyway. And I can understand that. I've been a housekeeper before, so I can understand perhaps why a staff member would do that, right? Maybe you're afraid that whether or not they have a sign, if I don't clean the room, the guest might get angry and I get a guest complaint. Okay? And then in the next day when I'm in the morning briefing, my manager, says my name. Oh, Craig, you did not clean the room on that day. It is your fault. Now you're in trouble. Okay. However, I think for staff, it is a question of thinking. If your organization in hospitality does have rules about sustainability, whether it's about operations of how you're supposed to do work, right? Think about following those rules, because like I said, even in 2023, almost all hotels have rules about sustainability and things like that, but oftentimes we still find that staff do not follow these rules. So as staff, I would say, think about these rules and be mindful of your actions when you are working, right? I'm also talking to students, in the crowd today. When you are working, be mindful of the actions that are required of you in order for your hotel or business to be sustainable. And so I'll end with a few suggestions about those in the crowd who may be managers, right? One of the key things that we need to remember is that the relationship between the management and the staff, in that it is a conversation or working together, and not just the management set the rules and staff have to follow. But oftentimes the most effective way in order for sustainability initiatives to work is for the dialogue between managers and staff. And so what are the role of managers in order to address this masalah perilaku orang? The first thing is to set reasonable goals, right? We need to ensure that the sustainability goals we are striving for is actually achievable, right? Are some of the things we're doing or we're setting actually achievable in practice? Do my staff actually have enough time to do what we're asking them? Do they have enough knowledge to do what we're asking them, right? And the only way we may be able to understand this is if we have a conversation with our staff to figure out their boundaries in order to decide where do we set the standards for this particular organization, right? Management as well, your job is not necessarily to police. Your job is to educate and in some ways regulate and influence human behavior. So if you are a teacher of hospitality, a manager of hospitality, I'd like you to reflect on how you see your role in managing the staff that are under you, right? A lot of your role really is not just about setting rosters, okay, and paying timesheets and things like that. But a lot of the job is education. How do I educate staff and explain to them the importance of following some of these sustainability initiatives, right? Or how do I use, my techniques in order to influence their behavior to ensure that they as well see the value in, changing some of their practices. I'll give a simple example. Let's again take that example of a hotel, right? And we have that, a card saying that if you hang your towels on the rack, then the staff don't have to change your towels. Or if you put a sign outside your door, then the staff won't clean your room today because you're saving the environment and they can do other things, right? As a manager, let's say, for example, a guest puts their towel on the rack and the staff does not have to change that particular room's towel for that day, okay? So let's say the act of changing towels takes about 2 minutes from the housekeeper gets into the, from collecting all the towels, right? Putting them in the laundry chute, coming back to the room, taking fresh towels from the cart, putting those fresh towels back into the room, okay? And then eventually, because you've used all your towels in that room, you have to go back to the linen pantry or laundry room, get those towels, and put it back. Let's say that whole action takes 2 minutes, right? So if a staff member has to clean 15 rooms, and on that particular day, maybe 10 rooms are full, and they said, please don't change my towel. So you've basically saved, 20 minutes of that particular staff's time because they followed your sustainability rules, right? So that's pretty good for a staff. You save 20 minutes out of your day. And as a manager, right, how can we think about how we may use that 20 minutes that's saved? Well, maybe reward the staff, saying you can have an extra 20 minutes on your break because you save 20 minutes on not having to change a towel. Or for that extra 20 minutes, you can ask the housekeeper to go assist someone else. Or in that 20 minutes, you can say, well, please go down and maybe clean a public area or clean a particular area that you don't often gets cleaned. Maybe, around the pictures, the banisters, things that you don't clean every day, for example, right? And so in that way, what I'm trying to say is that as a manager, that's your job to educate or influence human behavior by explaining the mechanisms behind these sustainable initiatives and how, by practicing them, it benefits you as the manager, right? It benefits the staff as well, and it benefits the guests as well. And in that way, we can try to influence human behavior by when everyone understands why exactly we're doing the things we're doing. And that brings me to 15 minutes for my presentation. So like I said, in conclusion, at the end of the day, in terms of what I'm presenting today, I'd really like us to reflect on practice in terms of when we're trying to be sustainable, quite often is the problem of, let's call it non-compliance, or like we said, failures in human behavior. So really, if we are looking to address this problem from now to the future, it is us thinking about how we influence human behavior through these sustainability initiatives that we develop. Like I said, it's not about writing more policy, it's not about writing more rules, or it's not about more branding or marketing. It is, at the end of the day, an issue of influencing human behavior. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thanks a lot for your time.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Quickly, for your presentation. And the MPO concept is very interesting. And I would like to ask whether here there is any of our students has faced this kind of condition. I mean, if they do internship in a hotel and seeing the towel hanging, why you would still change the towel? and you have this kind of green tag, and maybe we could do a quick survey here. And well, we have a participant here from the Element Hotel by Westin, and Mike, you can also bring this to be consideration. And if you have something in your mind, please put your questions in the comment box just to highlight Craig's presentation before going to the next agenda. So from your presentation, Dr. Craig, I discovered that there are 3 actors who should be responsible for the commitment to practicing sustainability in the hospitality sector if the problem of practicing is the failure of human behavior or masalah perilaku orang or MPO. So they are the guests, the staff, and the management. And everyone should be responsible to practice the sustainable value, not only in hospitality and tourism, but also in our daily life, to be more mindful about the sustainability. And once again, I'd like to thank you, Dr. Craig, for your wonderful presentation. And before we jump to the 4th speaker, we are about to see a video from the committee to all participants. Please enjoy the video.
Selamat datang di IPB Internasional. Berkuliah di sini, kita bisa berinteraksi dengan anak-anak muda dari berbagai kalangan. Menumbuhkan mindset profesional, motivasi, dan kreativitas, juga semangat untuk berprestasi. Kamu bisa menjadi bagian dari ini. Mari bergabung bersama di IPB Internasional. Quality is our prime concern.
All right, so that's the video of our school. So Mike, if you can come to Bali, and you are very welcome to visit our school, just located in the heart of Denpasar city. And before we are going to move on to the 4th speaker, Ms. Khairun Najiah Ahmad, PhD. Ms. Khairun Najiah Ahmad, PhD, are you already here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me well?
How are you doing, Ms. Khairun?
Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Great. All right, very nice to meet you, Ms. Khairun. And it would be great if we could know more about Ms. Khairun before going through her presentation today. And as usual, let me use this brief introduction to talk about her academic background, research interests, and her achievements. Ms. Khairun Najiah Ahmad, PhD, is a coordinator for communication and development at the UITM Green Center, UGC, and she is a lecturer at the University Technology Maras Department of Tourism since 2005. She received her master's degree in ecotourism from the University of Portsmouth, United Kingdom in 2008. And she graduated from the PhD program in Tourism Event Management at the University of Science Malaysia in 2020. Her research focused on sustainable tourism, development goals, responsible tourism, community-based tourism, ecotourism, volunteering at events, and heritage tourism. She received the Excellence in Service Award, a Silver Award in EconDev Innovation Award in 2021, and was chosen for the IMUS Institute's Staff Mobility Program in the Philippines. He was also granted several research funds from the Malaysian Ministry of Higher Education. Her presentation today is titled Recovery and Resilience, Strengthening the Hospitality and Tourism Industry Through Sustainable Development Goals, a Case Study of Malaysia. I'd like to invite Ms. Khairun Najiah Ahmad, PhD, to deliver her presentation. So please welcome Ms. Khairun Najiah Ahmad. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Komang, for the introduction as well. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude for the invitation to be part of this first International Conference on Business, Hospitality and Tourism, ICO-BHOST, or BHOST, 2023. It's such an honor. And it's interesting to see that this is, we can actually cross borders and discuss on tourism and hospitality related matters. And we can see that this is such a trend these days. And because of technology, we can actually explore things and discuss further on the selected issues. Okay, the title of presentation for my session is on recovery and resilience, strengthening the hospitality and tourism industry through sustainable development goals. And in comparison to the previous two speakers, my presentation will basically looking at the snapshot of what is the current framework in Malaysia in terms of SDG and how it's related to the sustainable tourism development. Okay, next. I'm going to start. I believe that this is another revisit to all. Yes, you guys, everyone familiar with the 17 SDG goals, but I would like to highlight on how some of the goals is not only some, but I would say that 17 of the goals can be seen or reflected in any tourism development. Okay, you can see over there, tourism has the potential to contribute directly or indirectly to all of the goals. And you can see that even some of the goals can be seen quite clearly, subject to what are the focus and orientation or what are the tourism resources in the area. Again, like I mentioned earlier, my presentation will focus on a snapshot framework of all the related to sustainable development goals. Okay, next. And having said that, I'm going to start or continue further with how SDGs is an extension from MDG, which is a Millennium Development Goals. And we can see that SDG is a more comprehensive in terms of what the focus would be from the country or from the government. So we can see that the element of inclusiveness is more prevalent in terms of the SDGs rather than MDGs. Okay, next. Okay, here is Malaysia's perspective. Okay, you can see that this is actually quite new. You can see that Malaysia commitments only starting in September 2015 in terms of to support and implement the 2030 agenda for the SDG. And then the country continue with the establishment of the National SDG Council in 12 October 2016. So this is a multi-stakeholder and participatory governance structure spearheaded by the National SDG Council, chaired by the Prime Minister. And we can see there are different phases. And during the phase 1, 2016 until 2020, prioritizing SDG according to the 11 MP. And here, it is interesting to see, because of the COVID, so that will be the focus of my presentation on how the country can actually revive and also, the resilient factor subject to the condition that all nation, the global is facing during the COVID-19. So how this COVID-19 is actually affecting the agenda of sustainable development goals. Okay, and you can also see that we have the SDG Steering Committee and also the SDG Technical Committee subject to cluster. And probably at this stage, you might be wondering, yes, everything looks good on paper. We have this, and for a small country, for a developing country like Malaysia, so this is basically a top-down approach. Still remember the first speaker mentioned about whether it is successful stories in terms of the involvement of the government, but for a developing nation, small country, we can see that we need this, but the main question is whether it is successful stories or not. Okay, and next. So this is our national tourism policy for the year 2020 until 2020. So you can just focus on what will be the key approaches: harnessing public-private sector partnership, embracing digitalization to drive innovation and competitiveness, and most of the planning will follow and subject to the National Ecotourism Policy or National Ecotourism Plan 2.0. So this will be the second part of my presentation, focusing more on the nature-based, more on the adventure types of tourism as well as ecotourism products development. And for this policy, the one being focused and put forward by the country is to through the implementation of the 6 main strategic thrusts, which is transformation of governance, creating an inclusive tourism investment zone, and intensifying digitization in the tourism sector. But the core or the main focus on the strengthening commitment to sustainable tourism, meaning to say the tourism resources and product in the country try to be mapped against the SDGs element, and then it being promoted as a sustainable tourism product for a nation. And this is interesting because we just neighboring countries, Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore, and basically their tourism resources is almost similar. So it can be a little bit competitive in terms of promoting and placing the product and put it as part of the sustainable tourism resources or product under the marketing plan and promotion. Okay, next. So these are the 6 transformation strategies that I mentioned earlier. Focus on element number 5, practice sustainable and responsible tourism. Okay, so this is because the idea of how sustainable tourism product development will become the core or the key factor in terms of marketing and promotion. Okay, next. Okay, here you can see that transformation strategy practice into the sustainable and responsible, just now one of the trusts mentioned earlier, to align the national tourism policy towards the UN SDG by reinforcing the role of tourism as a catalyst for economic development in a more sustainable, responsible, and inclusive manner. Okay, and then the rationale for this is to provide appropriate benchmarking for sustainable growth in Malaysia tourism industry that is cognizant and of the role of tourism in promoting inclusive development, as well for the industry to promote responsible consumption and practices. Interesting enough, because I would like to highlight this because you might be, I believe that this is another concern for developing countries for having such a really good everything on paper, but in terms of implementation and execution is something that we can question. But having said that, we can use all those good examples. We can actually benchmark from our neighboring countries in terms of what would be the best practices that we can put forward. Okay, next. So here, in terms of placing and promoting Malaysia as the next top of the mind ecotourism in the world, such a big word, in the world. So the most important thing is to recognize first what are the unique resources owned by a nation, and so that you can actually differentiate that, or even probably in terms of working together in terms so that all these similar types of product can be used as a joint marketing within nation. So that's interesting to see in terms of how different countries can work well together in terms of cross-promotion. Okay, next. In the long term, the tourism and hospitality sectors, we need to look at more structural changes that support the transition of low carbon practices and sustainability, and preparing for alignment with the UN SDG and ESG. ESG is another catchphrase these days in terms of how the corporate sector can actually be part of this sustainable movement. But later I would like to highlight, and I believe everyone quite familiar with the term greenwashing and such, and how we want to make sure that it won't only look good on paper, but it's only actually implemented at the operation base. Okay, next. Okay, here, this is the second part of my presentation, because the first part is only about the snapshot of what are the current framework that we are actually practicing in Malaysia in terms of promoting a more sustainable development goals or a more sustainable tourism product. But here the focus is more on the product augmentation strategies. This is the strategies. I believe that this is also quite common. We can see this throughout the nation in terms of enhancing of whatever that you have, whatever the tourism resources available in the country, and how you can map that and put it, and even in terms of promote it under a more sustainable products. Okay, adding value to the existing tourist experience through product development, strengthening enables and removing all those barriers or challenges, impediments. So you can see this is a picture of one of the tourist attraction in Malaysia, and also this is considered part of the rural tourism. And like I said earlier, COVID-19 is another factor. It's a big factor. It's actually affecting in terms of the sustainability of the tourism activities in the area, and how it is affecting people in the area that over-reliant or too reliant on the tourism industry. So you can see that because of the decrease in numbers of tourist arrival, people have to go and switch to other sector. Okay, so next, let's focus and let's look at ecotourism. Positioning Malaysia as a premier ecotourism destination by value adding the tourist experience through product development and differentiation. This is a little bit tricky because what we have is almost similar to others, and we can see that Indonesia and Thailand, you have more natural resources than Malaysia, and how we want to put ourselves in terms of all this, we can say it's a direct competition in terms of the nature types of attraction, and in terms of high quality interpretation, what will be the best interpretation strategy in terms of, at the same time, we want to educate the tourists when they're at the destination, and also the service quality as well as sustainability certification. You can see on the right side, caution is not to fall into the trap of over-tourism. So this is another common issue, over-tourism. Yes, after COVID-19, we want to make sure that we can at least be at what we have, the condition that we have before in terms of the numbers of tourist arrival, but careful in terms of to allow certain types of carrying capacity and in terms of controlling numbers of visitors. Okay, next. So this is the types of ecotourism. Another revisit just to show you in one nation, in one country, you can actually sell a different types of ecotourism in terms of whether it is more on the hard types of ecotourism or even is a more softer version of ecotourism and such. But again, another caution note, of the beaten track, because the idea of ecotourism is promoting places which is not known to the public, but you want to make sure that it won't eventually become a mass tourism places. Okay, next. So this is the main reference for any types of nature-based or ecotourism types of activities. This will be the guideline from the Ministry of Tourism and Culture itself. So you can see that it's from 2016 and 2025, and probably we're going to have another session in terms of discussing whether how successful in terms of all this policy and plan. Okay, next. So ecotourism, like I mentioned earlier, can fall into the different categories, but this is basically the working definition for us in Malaysia. Okay, next. So here, the definition, tourism experience evolved through collaboration between government, the private sector, and local communities, and that include all these elements in terms of ability to respect the nature, contribution to conservation, benefit to local communities, also embedded the element of education, and also it has to be sustainable, ecologically, environmentally, social, culturally. That's the three pillars of sustainable tourism. Okay, next. This is the spectrum, like I mentioned earlier. Again, there's a lot of terms and concepts. It's just a recap or a revisit to one of the most common terms and concepts under the ecotourism and sustainability. Okay, next. In terms of adventure tourism, to position sustainable destination in Malaysia as the capital of adventure, respond to discern tourist demand for exciting, challenging, and life-changing. And you can see that, if you still remember, at the very beginning of my presentation is on the different types of SDG goals. But here I try to map in terms of the different types of the suitable types of goals appropriate for the different types of tourism. Okay. Youth tourism, interesting, because I believe that most of the audience today come from this age group, investing in youth tourism to develop and harness a tourism culture and brand loyalty among today's youth. And interesting enough, in terms of the responsibility of the tourist, how to become a responsible tourist. Remember from previous speaker just now mentioned about change of behavior. So it actually comes from us. How we, at the simplest way, teeny tiny things that you can do in terms of helping and promoting the idea of sustainability. Okay, and you can also research before visiting a place, involved in volunteerism activities or volunteer tourism, and important enough to highlight on the role of education in terms of educating the students in terms of what are the things that you should do or you shouldn't do. It's interesting because in terms of when we consider the tourism and hospitality students, you are the one who should know more, and you should actually alert about how you can actually contribute in terms of minimizing the impacts to the environment, because you are the one of the segment that really close to the industry. Okay, next. Cultural and heritage tourism, strengthening the preservation of Malaysia's tangible and intangible cultural heritage as a valuable asset for showcasing the country's identity through creative tourism. Interesting. Another key point that I would like to put forward and highlight. I remember there's one participant just now asking about virtual tourism. So you can actually try to tap this market, and we can see there's a lot of you can see there's a lot of virtual tourism activities going on during the pandemic COVID-19 because people cannot actually travel, and how this virtual tourism can actually help to improve. This is a phase when we call that during the pandemic COVID-19 is a take a breather period. Okay, so but we want to still ensure that the activity is still going on. Okay, because we want to make sure that economic benefit will sustain. So via all this technology advancement, you can actually capitalize on that. So we can see this is an emerging trend, and perhaps it can actually help in terms of to make sure that the idea of sustainability can be put forward. Okay, so this is the how virtual tourism help in terms of you can actually try before you buy experience. This is another emerging term, we call it as a metaverse. So how you can actually explore, and then you can actually experience virtually, and then you will decide whether you want to go or to visit a destination or not. But in one side, you might be wondering if people or these types of trend, how these types of virtual tourism can actually affecting the idea of sustainability in terms of delivering the authenticity of the product. Because most of the time, it's, for instance, cultural and heritage, element of involvement and participation is needed. You need to be part of the experience rather than experience it virtually. So that's going to, if you want to discuss that, they're going to have another section in terms of how this will affect the cultural and heritage tourism in particular. Okay, next. Okay, community-based tourism or rural tourism. I believe that this is one of the key strengths in most nations in Southeast Asia. So reinventing Malaysia homestay experience to become economically vibrant, community-based tourism variant. Interesting enough, because in most cases, because of the migration of the people, there's no continuity in terms of the young peoples to be part of this community-based tourism activities. The legacy is not there. So this is something that it become a pressing issues in Malaysia because there's no continuity, okay, legacy. Okay? So here we can see that, but in terms of trend, you can see that because people cannot travel outside, so capitalizing on rural tourism and community-based tourism is one of the strategy put forward by the country by encouraging people to travel domestically. So you can see the term this is what we call as the revenge tourism. As long as we can travel, you want to encourage people to travel domestically and such. Okay. And next, island tourism. Okay, so this is more on the nature-based and environmental, reinforcing the sustainable development by preventing over-tourism, embracing sustainability certification, and strengthening the governance capacity. Okay, this is more, I think, common issues in terms of island tourism or coastal tourism, which is on the next slide, in terms of the environmental impact. Okay, but again, we do understand that because of the COVID-19, and this is another things that can actually affecting the entire operation in terms of the geographical island and coastal. But you still want numbers, but how you want to control the numbers, okay? To what extent that you can allow people to enter. So we don't want, because there's many cases where island has to be closed for a while just to take a breather, and there's a lot of negative environmental impact affecting the place, not only environmental but also on the social cultural as well. Okay, next. Also just now, so this is some of the examples here in Malaysia. The most popular, among the most popular destination in Sabah and Sarawak, as well as in east coast of Malaysia. But again, focus should be on not allowing over tourism and allowing hedonism activities associated with sun, seas, and sex and sangria to allow to happen freely and openly, because this is another common issues in developing nation. Okay. For urban tourism, on top of the structure and the building, another concern is on, in many cases, you can see there's a lot of UNESCO gazetted building, World Heritage Site building and structure. So in terms of the involvement, in terms of the activities of people moving in cities areas, that can actually affecting the structure and building of the place. So here you can see that in Malaysia we have River of Life KL. So in this located in KL, that is actually connecting the different areas that you can actually explore under the heritage trails. Okay. Medical and wellness tourism, to position Malaysia as a global brand to take advantage of a burgeoning global position of medical tourism. And this is interesting to see that another emerging trend, and Malaysia is becoming one of the most visited. One of the reasons people actually travel and to visit Malaysia is because to sought for these medical and wellness types of activities. Okay. MICE Tourism Conference, interesting to see. But I would like to highlight in terms of the structure and building of this MICE Tourism, in terms of a conference center. So you can see that how the structure of the building, now you can see there's a lot of green buildings. So all these green buildings, it can be part of the promotion as well in terms of attracting a more environmental friendly types of market segment, a more quality of types of tourists. So remember just now we talked about how people can actually contribute in terms of a more sustainable kind of tourism activities in the area by selecting a more environmental friendly types of building and structure. Next, rural and agro-tourism. Okay, here, remember just now we talked about cultural, community-based tourism. So issues in Malaysia in terms of rural and agro-tourism, in terms of legacy just now, there's a lot of initiative. We can see that in many cases, the government or the local government in the area is trying to promote what we call as a local champion. So local champion in terms of that will be the key person that will actually advise the people in the area in terms of what will be the best way of doing things. So this is more on the empowering the local community in terms of what will be the best suited product development in the area. Even though, for a small country like Malaysia, everything you can see there is a top-down approach, but there's some initiative that you can see a very active involvement in terms of how the community can actually part of the planning process. Okay, so this is what we try to promote in terms of having this local champion in the area. Okay? special interest tourism, keyword here is to have a more quality types of tourists. Okay, the quality types of tourists where they can actually behave more responsibly. They actually conduct prior research. This is what we can do, a very simple way of doing things. It's very focused and very customized towards certain interests of the people. So here you can see that perhaps by capitalizing on these, a more sustainable tourism activities can be seen at the special interest types of tourism. Okay. Yes, and that's basically it. In terms of the product augmentation, product enhancement, whatever that we have at the moment. So we are not trying to explore and creating something new or totally new, because capitalizing on whatever that we have now is the key strategy in terms of to make sure that we're actually moving to a more sustainable approach. Okay, but I believe that this is another concern for developing countries in terms of how we want to make sure that that's actually happening and how you can actually measure the effectiveness of whatever the key strategies that you already have in mind. Okay, mapping existing, this will be my concluding remark, mapping existing resources against SDG and highlighting on caution notes to ensure future planning will not fall into the trap of greenwashing, which you can you say that you claim to be sustainable, but you're actually not. You're actually jumping into the bandwagon because people are talking about SDG these days. It's such a cash prize, and you want to make sure that you are part of it without actually knowing that whatever that you're actually doing is not purely sustainable, but it's actually a greenwashing. Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khairun, for your great presentation. And I was very impressed with your presentation, and I believe all the participants would agree with me. And to sum up your presentation, I concluded several points from Ms. Khairun's presentation. And one interesting point that I found is the sentence that you just mentioned. Everything looks good at the paper, but not in the practice. So this is like a warning for every one of us to know and to implement how the sustainable values in our daily lives before we have to practice the sustainability tourism into reality. And as you said, not only promoting the ecotourism, but at the end, the destination just ended up in a mass tourism. Hence, there are so many choices to develop the tourism product based on the 17 SDGs that has been established by the UNWTO. So thank you very much, Ms. Khairun, for your great presentation. And if you have any questions regarding Ms. Khairun's or Dr. Craig's presentation, kindly hit the chat box by introducing your name, your institution, and your questions. There are 5 dining vouchers that have been provided by the committee for all of you. And I already saw there are several questions. There are 3 questions that already pop up in my chat box. And before we go to the Q&A sessions, so we move to the 5th speaker. And before that, please enjoy the video prepared by the committee.
IPB International. Quality is our prime concern.
Thank you, committee, for the great video. And finally, we have arrived at our fifth speakers for today's conference, Ms. Santa Puse. Ms. Santa Puse is now an international mobility manager at VVD Tenerife, Spain. Ms. Santa has been an expert evaluator for the Spanish National Agency for the Erasmus Plus program for 7 years since 2016. She was very active as a leader and manager in Erasmus Plus programs and any program that was led by the European Union. Ms. Santa Puse, on behalf of VVD, has brought the opportunity for our IPBI lecturers and students to be selected as recipients of the Erasmus Plus Youth Mobility and Lecturer Mobility Program under the European Union. Let's move on to the main agenda, listening to Ms. Santa Puse ideas on sustainability in tourism practices in the Canary Islands. And for your information, Ms. Santa Puse has sent us her video. She couldn't join us for today, but let's see and enjoy her video. For the committee, kindly share Ms. Santa Puse for her presentation.
Selamat pagi, buenos dias, hello, dear director, dear IPBI team. Thank you so much for inviting us to join this celebration of your 15th anniversary. And we are really humbled and honored to share our experience about the sustainable tourism in Tenerife, Canary Islands, Spain. To start with, I would like to outline that actually it's amazing how two islands, Tenerife and Bali, that are so far away, can have so many things in common. To start with, overall, both of our islands are volcanic. Yes, in Tenerife, we actually have got the highest volcano of Europe that is called El Teide. And that also we are happy that your IPBI teachers that have visited us have had the opportunity to see themselves. Then to continue, also I would dare to say that both Tenerife and Bali, without any doubt, are excellent examples of lots of tourists coming to our islands, and we really are like the #1 tourist destinations in our regions. And then to continue, also both of our islands are really exotical spots. That's true that when you think about Europe, maybe probably you think about snow, about cold weather, but in Canary Islands we are only 100 kilometers, the closest island to the coast of Africa. So actually, although politically we pertain to European Union and Spain and Europe, but geographically we form part of Africa. So yeah, both of our islands are actually like those vacation destinations about which many continental European tourists are dreaming about. Having told that, let's have a look a little bit at the history. So, at first, the tourism industry itself started developing in late 1890s in whole Europe, and actually to start with, in Tenerife we started with health tourism. This meant that the doctors all around Europe were saying their patients that had really hard condition for their illnesses related to skin and asthma to come to pass the cold winters in the Canary Island and especially Tenerife climate. So actually the first hotel that was created for these health issues on Tenerife was opened in 1895. But at that moment, Tenerife was receiving only around 5,000 tourists per year. And currently now, in 2023, we are receiving 5.7 million of tourists only coming to Tenerife. So how did we reach this huge change? Well, it started around 1960s, 1970s, when in the southern coast of Tenerife, the government and private owners started building lots of mass hotels. So that's how the mass tourism started in Tenerife, especially lots of German, British, Dutch tourists prefer to come to spend the winters in Tenerife. And well, our motivation for the mass tourism coming here is really simple. It's basically lots of sun, because we have got the warmest winters in Europe, and on another hand we are also, for European standards, very economical, so not expensive destination. Of course, when we are speaking about the heat, we are not so tropical as the Balinese climate. In winter, well, we can be, depending on the part of the island, around 20 degrees up to 30 degrees, but normally it stays around 20, which is still very above the temperature in the rest of Europe. And that's actually also interesting that geographically speaking, the tourism development in our island is very similar to Bali in terms of that the mass tourism is coming to the southern part of the island, because at least in case of Tenerife, it's the warmest and the sunniest climate. Meanwhile, the rural and the actually less touristic part of the island is hidden in the north, where also most of the local people are living. And so, actually, when we are speaking about those 5.7 million of tourists coming every year to Tenerife, more and more, we don't say it in a proud way. More and more, also in the titles, in the articles, in mass media, you can see what a sad statistics. Why? Because the number of the tourists is so high that in Spanish we have an expression to die from the success. The tourists coming so much are actually bringing lots of ecological problems. We can see it every year. Just some 20, even 10 years ago, we could enjoy of really clean and nice sea all year round. Now, since literally 5 years ago, we are facing every year lots of problems that lots of contamination is coming inside, and everybody knows it's just because we are receiving more than we can. I could also speak about the energetical aspect, about lots of aspects that actually clearly see that it's not about the quantity of tourism, actually it's about the quality. So, how are we trying to reduce maybe a little bit the number of the tourists and try to improve the situation? On one hand, we are at local level and at national level, there is lots of legislation. All the hotels are obliged to recycle, to put informative information about using less water, using less electricity during the stay of the tourists. And yeah, really, like, there are lots of things that it's not a choice. You just have to follow the legislation to be as sustainable as you can as a hotel. Then, on another hand, also the island is promoting itself more and more as a sustainable activity destination. What does it mean? There are video clips and promotion materials for people who love doing active sports. We are really welcoming more and more high elite professionals that are doing biking, that are swimmers, that are surfers, and so on. So the kind of activities they are doing and contributing are purely sustainable. Then on another hand, also we have got lots of rural accommodations. So smaller houses hidden in the non-touristic part of the island that are welcoming more and more tourists. Then also one of really strong points of our island is hiking. There are more than 500 hikes all around the island. There is even a typology of hikes. We have got seaside hikes, we have got volcanic hikes, we have got also hikes that are in the woods, hikes that are like of different level of difficulty. So we even actually recently did the first European hiking festival, trying to attract like this more and more sustainable tourists. And then, of course, gastronomy, culture, like it's like basically about the values that you are putting and promoting when trying to attract the islands of the tourists, to the island. And yeah, the time will see how is it working. In collaboration with IPBI, we are really happy to collaborate in a framework of a project STARS, which is about astrotourism. That is another quite recent field in the Canary Island tourism experience. Every year there is lots of people who are coming to see the stars and observe the stars, because we have got really clear sky and lots of legends related to that. So yeah, there are limitless opportunities, and it's ourselves who decide what we want to promote, and our encouragement goes to promote every time more and more sustainable activities, more and more quality tourists, that maybe less tourists come, but they spend more on our islands. Happy anniversary, IPBI, again, and hope to continue collaborating during long years with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the video, Ms. Santa Puse. It was wonderful to hear how the government in the Canary Islands has taken the long run to raise the awareness of sustainable tourism practices to each stakeholders related in the Canary Island. Before I continue to the Q&A session, I'd like to highlight one point from Ms. Santa's video. We should decide what we would like to promote for the tourism activities and tourism destinations image. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of the session, and I have several questions await to respond. So let's get through the Q&A session. First questions, there's one question addressed to Dr. Craigs. So the questions from Ms. Dini. She is from the Indonesian Hotel Restaurant Association in the Northern Bali. The question is, let me read it to you all. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Warm greeting from Northern Bali. I am agree that the efficiency and sustainability of a hotel has a significant impact on guest comfort and pride. But what do you think about there is still a great knowledge gap that needs to be filled to achieve the expected business result? Terima kasih. Dr. Craigie, you want to answer right away?
I can do it. Thank you for the question, Free. So, a really good question, and in my opinion, so just as a caveat, so the answers I give to you and the audience is based on sort of my knowledge and my opinion. So, if you disagree with what I say, or perhaps have a better idea, that's great, because I'm not the only one who knows everything in the world. So. That's the position I'm taking as I'm answering some of your questions. So I did have some time to actually write out some of my answers because I was looking at the chat in between the presentation of the previous two esteemed speakers. And I do agree with you. Yes, I still believe that there is a knowledge gap to achieving expected business results, right? But one of my suggestions in terms of how we can bridge this knowledge gap is that one of the most effective ways is to address this is that the management, so really the higher ups, GM, CEOs, and down to the managers or team leaders, they have a responsibility to set an example and explain the linkages between good service for tourists and also responsible practices for staff, whether it's how staff treat tourists, whether it's how staff treat staff, and how the organization as a whole operates. And what do I mean by that? So a lot of the research I do looks at how do business managers and owners achieve better results, right? Whether it's innovation, whether it's sustainability. And through all the studies we've done throughout the years, one of the key things that we find is that the most significant influence on expected business results, whether it's hospitality, tourism, restaurants, hotels, is that is down to the ability of the manager to articulate the vision and values of their business to staff. Right, so that's one of the key things that we find in terms of how we can bridge this knowledge gap. So in actual fact, I would like to say that the knowledge is already out there, whether it's based on managers in Indonesia, whether it's people in Southeast Asia. That knowledge is there. I wouldn't say that anyone in New Zealand is smarter than you or anything like that. But there are, in my opinion, differences in our level of communication, in the ability for us as the managers to take our knowledge and communicate and translate that to the staff we have. And I recognize that there are differences, whether it's, staff coming from potentially lower socio-demographic backgrounds and things like that. But I don't think that's an excuse to say that we have difficulty communicating with our staff. And so, right, if you're in Indonesia, what really you need to reflect on is how well are you as a manager, CEO, or how well are the managers below you able to communicate these sustainability practices, these messages to your staff, right? So how can we sort of start the process? They could include training sessions, potential training sessions for your managers to understand how to communicate their beliefs or the policies more effectively to staff so that they understand, or potentially having one-to-one or team conversations between the manager and their staff, or for example in some cases they would reward sustainable behavior, right, using a reward system. For example, if this particular department achieves a savings in, I don't know, water, electricity, or something for a particular month, then they get a reward, whether it's a free meal, whether it's not necessarily paid, maybe half a day off, a free meal, or things like that, right? So at the end of the day, it does really start from, like I said, human behavior. If we are expecting staff or our workers to behave in a certain way, then really the person responsible for encouraging the behavior is the manager. So really it's taking a closer look at that management level to see how much knowledge do they have and how are they able to communicate that knowledge to the staff they have. And so that's my answer to you, Free.
All right, thank you for your answer, Dr. Craigs. There are some questions also coming up, and let me do in the sequences. This is question from Dr. Firman Sinaga. So these questions, Puan, Mrs. Khairun, and Mr. Lee, good morning. I am Dr. Firman Sinaga. Can you tell us or to share the rule in Malaysia about any number or percentage local item used for food and beverage facility during the event as event conference? And can you share any implementation in your country based on ISO 20121? And also, can you share which restaurants fine dining in Malaysia have Michelin star with the indicator sustainable? All right, I think these questions from Dr. Firman Sinaga can be answered by both Ms. Khairun or Dr. Craigs, or we can save it for another.
I can't comment for Malaysia, but what I would say is what you're explaining to me is a pretty good idea. I'd say there is no such rule in New Zealand in terms of food and beverage or events, but I think it is a pretty good thing to think about, because it can be a good way for New Zealand to strengthen our ability to showcase our local culture. We don't necessarily do that in the best way when we have events. Whenever we have a menu, quite often it's an international menu. could be Indonesian food, could be Asian food, could be Western food, things like that. But it's the first for me to hear about it. I will admit I am not familiar with the Malaysian industry as well, but it is a pretty good idea. In reference to your ISO comment, in New Zealand, in truth, the implementation of ISO is not very widespread. Most New Zealand hospitality businesses don't really subscribe or follow ISO standards. But that's partly because New Zealand has their own standard system, which you may have heard, it's called Qualmark. And because that's quite well known, the New Zealand government promotes that very well as a measure of quality standards in New Zealand. So most of the time we don't necessarily use the ISO international standards as much as we should, perhaps. Concerning Michelin stars in Malaysia, like I said, I can't comment because it is not my industry. But I do know when we're talking about indicators of sustainability, the Michelin Guide has introduced, I think in 2020, what they called a Michelin Green Star, which is to highlight restaurants that do sustainable practices. But on the topic of Michelin stars, personally, I'm not necessarily positive for or against the Michelin Star Guide. I mean, to me, it does have some usefulness, but I will say that when we're thinking about quality or measuring sustainability, when we look at things like for example, Michelin Star, it's very hard to know what exactly they're looking at because they're not like ISO. They don't publish their standards, or they don't publish how exactly they figure out what are all the indicators to make sure that a restaurant is green. So, while some of these standards like Michelin Guide are useful, I'm not saying they're not useful, they're good for popularity, things like that. But potentially to measure something as important as sustainability, I'm not sure whether, that for my understanding as a consumer, is not something that I would look at as a way to say, oh, this business is very sustainable, because their standards are not really published. They're quite secretive in how they judge the quality of a particular restaurant in terms of sustainability.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Craig, for the answer regarding the Michelin star practices. And yeah, I think I do agree that in the first question you answered that to bridge the knowledge or the gap by educating the staff from the management level. Just like we saw from the presentation from Ms. Kairuns, saying that the practices of sustainability values start from the top down. So the government started first and then followed by the other stakeholders. So it might hotels could be a small small businesses and small areas, just like a small country, just like that. All right, so we have to move on to the next questions that will be addressed to you again, Dr. Craig.
Sure.
So from your presentation, I learned that hospitality carries a dialectical notion of pleasing and educating. To maintain sustainable tourism or green tourism needs a shift or behavioral paradigm. May I have an elaboration or illustration? How could we educate our students to build or develop this kind of sensitivity on hospitality business before they are involved as the frontliners? Thank you very much. This question is from Mr. Putraye.
Yeah, thank you, Putra. That's a very good question and a very complex one if you're an educator. I really like the question you've given, and it is definitely, as educators, it's definitely what we're trying to achieve, and I wouldn't say it's an easy thing, but it's definitely something that we're trying to strive at Otago. So, in my institution where I work, which is this way. No, that way, the University of Otago over here. So what we try, a key tool that when we are educating our tourism graduates or hospitality graduates is that we have particular visions about what we want our students to achieve at the end of their education. And it links back to the first question I answered in that, the most effective way to potentially create better results is to be able to articulate clearly what is the vision or the values that you are trying to achieve in your organization. So for us as an organization for education, right, if you ask any of the staff here, what is it that you're trying to do? We don't necessarily say we're teaching all these courses or we are doing all these programs. What we we do say is we're emphasizing the development of students who can reflect. So there's a strong element of reflection. There's a strong element of criticality. And this is a word that one of our professors use quite a lot, and it really hits home in terms of my understanding as well, is that notion of questioning. So we want to develop students who can reflect, who are critical about what they're doing, and are always questioning. So then the question becomes, how do we then organize our teaching or our training in order to develop these skills, criticality, questioning, whatever. So in order to do that, what we want students to do in many of our exercises or our teaching, or we're asking a question or giving an assignment, is the concept of making them practice what we call the reflective concept. And it's not a new concept. It's not something we develop. It's been around for ages, but we just emphasize this perhaps a bit more than some others, right? So we want students, when they're learning, to describe what they've done. Okay, so when we talk about a reflective student, that means they can describe what they're doing, right? So if you teach them a particular skill or whatever, so they can describe what exactly they're doing, and what do they think about what they're doing, right? What is what they're currently doing good or bad, right? So to question the very practice that they're doing. Okay, so is it good or bad? What am I doing? What else could I have done? And if it happens again, how do I move forward, right? So what we're doing is sort of using this, it's a perspective shift on how we think about these students we educate, right? So for students, we're not teaching them to be robots. We don't necessarily, in our Otago, we don't teach them necessarily how to make a bed. We don't necessarily teach them how to, do the reservation system. I'm not saying that's not valuable, but we're not necessarily too focused on that, right? So because we're not we're not developing students to be robots, okay? So we need to develop thinking machines. So students need to be thinking, not just tools. And so the way I explain it sometimes to people in New Zealand is that, when we think about the students we educate, what we're doing is it's like we're building a computer, okay? So if we can make our students or the computers as fast and intelligent as possible, then it is very easy to install new programs, right? If you have a fast computer, no matter what program you put into it, learns it really quickly, you can install it and it will execute it, okay? And so that's how we believe about how we teach our students. We are teaching them how to use their brains, because that skill can be used across any department, any discipline, because they are thinking, learning, and executing faster and smarter, okay? So we need to focus really about how we can develop thinking students. Those skills are important, but on the other hand, the thinking skill is also equally as important, right? So I'm talking about it, and it sounds like an easy idea, but obviously in practice, it's a difficult concept. I will say that not all the students that we educate will eventually be able to, reach that level of thinking. Not all will, but obviously it is our responsibility to try so that as many students as we can are not just doing, but also thinking at the same time. So if we think about practical examples of how we can do this in class, for a lot of the way we do our, let's say, assignments or projects, we might give them a case or a scenario or, an assignment, things like that. But there's always a component at the end for them to reflect. Okay, what did you think about this assignment? Or what did you think about your internship? What did you do on your internship? Why did you do it this particular way? Could you have done it better? And in the future, if you were to do this again or to face this scenario, how would you do things differently? And so what we're doing is we're exercising that skill set of the reflective thinking process, which, while it seems to be something natural that people should do, funny enough, you actually have to practice it in order to get to that level, to be consistently, thinking, reflecting, and questioning what you are doing. And that's how I think we can develop this kind of sensitivity. If a student can develop this sensibility, when you send them out to industry, when they're working, they'll be thinking, why am I doing this? Can I do this in a more sustainable way? How can I recommend to my manager that actually that might be a better way to do this? And so then on the other side, it's the manager's responsibility to listen. Not just, well, you're a staff, you don't know anything, I have all the ideas. Not exactly. Like I said, it's always that two-way conversation. And so that's my idea of how we can build it. And that's kind of the practice that we apply here at the University of Otago.
All right, thank you, Dr. Craig, for your answer. And this is already the third questions, and yep. I've been reminded by the committee. Actually, there are another 3 questions from our participants. And unfortunately, we cannot go through all of those questions because of the time limitation. So apologize for that, and the committee will save the questions for you, and then we can directly answer it to you and later. And so before I end the second session, let me deliver my own version of the second session conclusion from the speaker's presentation. So first, because of the practice of sustainability in the hospitality sector is based on human behavior, we cannot point fingers because everyone is responsible in practicing the sustainability values. Second, because of sustainability is a mindset, we could plan the sustainable tourism practices for everyone since it is a long run, and of course the government is the leader to start with. And the third, we are the decision maker for how the tourism promotion will be delivered to create image in more sustainable tourism for the future generations. And please send a very big applause to all of the wonderful speakers for this second session. And on this second session, I'm Rati as the moderator for this second session. I would like to send my highest appreciation to all the wonderful speakers and participants who joined us for the first International Conference on Business, Hospitality, and Tourism today. I hope you get an insightful ideas after these two sessions, and I'm wishing a happy 15th anniversary to IPBI and happy 23rd anniversary to Sekolah Perhotelan Bali. Keep creating talented and dedicated students for the world's citizens and for the better of world's tourism. Not forget to express our gratitude to our sponsors for today's occasion, including Hotel Royal Pitamaha, Hotel Puri Santrian, and the Watercourt. Thank you for supporting our event today. Now, I think this is the end of the second session, and I'd like to give the microphone back again to our wonderful MC. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much for the second section for this first ICO-BHOST 2023. Also a lot of questions by this section, and I'd like to remind for all the persons that already give your question, whether in the first section or the second section, for hitting the Instagram message IPB International School and give your WhatsApp number, because we want to give some of the gifts for all the person that give the question. So once again, can I have a big applause, ladies and gentlemen? Such a very beautiful moment, and also very gorgeous section, the first and the second section. And to express the highest appreciation, we want to surpass the certificate of appreciation for all the keynote speakers, distinguished speakers, and the moderators. Can we display on the screens? Thank you so much for all the distinguished speakers and also the moderator. Thank you so much for conducting this very wonderful webinar for the first ICO-BHOST 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, this first ICO-BHOST 2023 is successfully held by supported of IPB prestigious partners. So we'd like to thanks for the wonderful collaboration along with University of Galway, Ireland, University of Otago Business School, New Zealand, University Technology of Mara, Malaysia. Last but not least is Fifides, Spain. Next, we also want to say thanks for our partners who joined this webinar, University Partner, Associate, and Hotel Industry. Thank you so much for Balai Bahasa Provinsi Bali, Ombudsman Republik Indonesia, Pemerintah Kabupaten Denpasar, Badan Pusat Statistik Provinsi Bali, Pemerintah Kota Klungkung, Indonesian Hotel General Manager Association, PHRI Buleleng, Bali Safe Community, Indonesia Safe Association, Indonesian Food and Beverage Executive Association, Indonesian Housekeeper Association, Hotel Frontliner Association, Association of Hospitality Leaders Indonesia, Himpunan Pengusaha Muda Indonesia Bali, Indonesia Pastry Alliance, Universitas Hindu Indonesia, Universitas Udayana, Politeknik Internasional Bali, Stikes Wiramedika, LSPR Bali, Universitas Bali Internasional, Universitas Triatmajaya, Politeknik Pariwisata Bali, UHN I Gusti Bagus Sugriwo Denpasar, Universitas Dianapura, Akbar Mapindo, STP Trisakti, Staf Raden Wijaya, ITNB Medan, Universitas Mahasaraswati, Akbar Medan Hotel School, ITB Stikom Bali, Stikes Citra Delima, Poltek El Bajo, Wapa di Ume, Four Seasons Sayan and Jimbaran, Sangto Suite and Villas, The Sankara, Element by Westin Ubud, Universitas Mataram, Universitas Atma Jaya Jogja, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Sekolah Tinggi Agama Hindu Dharma Sentana Sulawesi, SMA Gembala Baik, Hotel Ibis Benoa, dan yang terakhir, last but not least, Hotel The Mulia. Thank you so much for all the university partner, associate, and hotel industry for joining along this webinar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I also want to remind, do not forget to fill the absentee link in order to get your A certificate that will be sent to your personal email. So for the committee, can you display and of course attach the abstention or the registration list in the chat box? And as I told you before that you have to stay until the end of the section of this webinar, since we have a quizzes. Before we start the quizzes, I'd like to announce for the present or the gift who will be win. The third winner will get the stay voucher at Kastapa Bridge Nusa Lembongan Bali and Balinese dance training at Sekolah Perhotelan Bali. The second winners will win stay voucher at Puri Santrian Hotel Sanur Bali and one day mixology training at Sekolah Perhotelan Bali. And the first winner will win stay voucher at Royal Pitamaha Hotel Ubud Bali and one day spa training at Sekolah Perhotelan Bali. And all those gift or all those stay voucher will be valid until the 24th of March 2023. Okay, so all the participants, are you ready for the quizzes? Are you ready, guys? Okay, the first thing you have to join and go to the website. Where is it, the website? Can I get the preview of the website where they have to join so I can announce to all the participants? All the committee, please may display the web link to join the quizzes. Do not forget, for all persons that give the question, whether in the first section or the second section, Do not forget to hitting the Instagram message of IPB International Bali to get your vouchers and to claim your vouchers. So, okay, the first you have to go to joinmyquiz.com and this is the code 539452. Do not forget to give your real name to make the committee easier to surpass the vouchers and the training vouchers for the winners.
Turn the music up a
He
little bit.
love me, he give me all his money. That Gucci product come be my sugar daddy. He love me, he give me all his money. That Gucci product come be my sugar daddy. He love me, he put no one above me. These bitches wanna judge me, but I don't care. Looking back on the boys that I dated, all the popular boys overrated. Give me brains, money back to these ancient. I'm a young lady taking donations. CEO might take me on trips. Pack a suit, might have a few shifts. Love a waitress chasing them tips, but I'm an escort counting his chips.
Okay, we have 10 minutes for join these quizzes. So all the participants, please go to joinmyquiz.com and this is the code or the sampling code to join with the quizzes 539452. There will be a special gift for the first, second, and the third winner. Okay. And this voucher will valid until 24th of March 2023. Okay, how many percent that already joined? 55. Okay, we have 340 participants and it's like still 25% join these quizzes. So I invite more participants to join with these quizzes. There will be 10 questions and you have to answering correctly. And the 3 winner will get a very special present from the sponsor. This is open for every each of you, whether you are stay in Indonesia or outside the country. So when you will win or you actually win the gift, it's only claim to the committee and just make like appointment when you will claim the gift that you already got by these quizzes. Okay, let's start. Everyone be ready? Okay, we close. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 2. 3, 2, 1, and here we go for the winners. I cannot write it down. The third winner is, who is here? The third winner is Chantika. Congratulations, you win stay voucher at Kastapa Bridge, Nusa Lembongan, Bali, and Balinese dance training at Sekolah Perhotelan Bali. And the second winner? For the second winner, congratulations for Mulia Harta Pangestu. You win stay voucher at Puri Santrian Hotel Sanur Bali and one-day training mixology at Sekolah Perhotelan Bali. Wow, congratulations! And the first winner, deng 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 deng. Putu Cornelius Bumi. Wow. Konenes. Onenes. Okay, Putu Onenes Bumi. Oh, sorry for the mistaken being the Cornelius. I thought that the name is so, what is the absorption from the from the West Country names. Okay, congratulations, Putu Onenes Bumi. You win a stay voucher at Royal Pitamaha Hotel Ubud, Bali, and one-day spa training at Sekolah Perhotelan Bali. Thank you so much. Congratulations for all the winners. Do not forget to hitting the Instagram message, DM the Instagrams at IPB International Bali to claim your vouchers. Congratulations once again. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to remind you, do not forget to fill out the registration link or the abstention links, because by those registration links, you'll be sent the e-certificate that will be personally sent to each of you in your personal account. Once again, we also want to say thank you so much for the numbers of kind sponsor, Royal Pitamaha, Hotel Puri Santrian, Pound Bali, the Water Clubs, and fully supported by IPB and SPB. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we are about almost in the end of the moment, this spectacular event. First, ICO-BHOST 2023, and we are about doing a photograph together. So please, could you please to open the cam? We are about taking a photograph together. Everyone, please may take and open the camera, please. And we are about counting down to taking a photograph together. 3, 2, 1, cheers! Next slide. Wow. Be ready for the second slide. Okay, everyone, be ready. Three, 2, 1, smile. Okay. We are about moving on to the next slide. Please open the camera. And the last, please open up the camera. Three, 2, 1, smiles. Smile with eyes. Thank you so much. Can I have a big applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, for this first ICO-BHOST 2023. Wow, so Back again, tourism and hospitality are business that always evolving years by years. That is why we really need a certain strategy to develop and manage its purpose to adapt and always bring the newest trend of tourism into society. By this first ICO-BHOST 2023, we really hope that this webinar will bring a platform to develop the tourism itself. And of course, which is already hitting by a pandemic, and by this webinar, it will be a one way to awaken the tourism itself, especially in Bali, and of course, generally in all around of the world. So, last but not least, thank you so much for all the distinguished participants, for all the distinguished speakers, and also the keynote speakers. Not forget also, thank you so much for all the moderators. Thank you so much for your fully presence and your support for today. Last but not least, Rinto Zanuardi signing off. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And may success will be along with us. Thank you so much.
Unggul mandiri, siap bersaing di barisan depan, jadi profesional. IPB Internasional, quality is our prime concern. Melangkah menggapai mimpi, kini semua jadi mungkin. Bersama wujudkan semua angan dan cita-cita. Pendidikan berkualitas, jaminan mutu nomor satu untuk semua generasi penerus bangsa.
Selamat kami ucapkan kepada para wisudawan dan wisudawati yang telah menyelesaikan proses pembelajaran.
do all them little tricks and keep the dick up inside it. You can smack it, you can grip it, you can go down and kiss it. And every time he leave me alone, he always tell me he miss it. He wanna F R E A K F R E A K A K A K A K E A K F R E A K. One thing about me, I'm the baddest alive. He know the prettiest bitch didn't come until I arrive. I don't love bitches, 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 bitches. Flipping and sliding, I can do all them little tricks and keep the and sliding, I can do all them little tricks and keep it.